God!
Hi, I'm Zero Doxy. I play Odetta Stormclaw. I am a ferret ranger.
Yeah.
I was just kidding because of what you said. Okay, Frana, you're up.
Hi, I'm Randolph McRibbit, and I am a frog bard. Very fun.
I'm a moth.
Yeah, I'm Maxim Belyaev. I am a little rat boy. I wouldn't.
But what do you play in the game? You're
Jesus. Destroyed live on stream.
Hey, that's my stand-up chops coming out right there.
I didn't realize that this was World Star Hip Hop. Aaron, what's your character?
I'm a moth.
You are a moth.
I'm just a moth. I'm Aciel, adopted princess of a dead bloodline.
I apologize to everyone watching on YouTube. I was muted for a second. Don't worry, guys. You didn't miss anything. It was just the best introduction ever given.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Just take my word for it. So, as long as no one else has any opening remarks, we can hippity hop right back into it. Boop. Look, it's a map. A map of what? A map of the world. Maybe. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Did it turn you guys to the map? Yeah, it did. Okay, great. Good shit. All right. Well, let's just pick up right where we left off last time, as long as we're all ready here. So, last we left off, the party arrived in the vast tiered city of Novia Corum, home of the rats. And upon their arrival, the Undercity, or gutter, as the locals call it, arrival from the Undercity, rather, the group was received by Sonina, who is the Rat King's speaker and principal advisor. And she made sure to introduce herself as such and see our weary travelers were brought to quarters for a moment of respite. It was also revealed that Sir Hercules Hornberg and one of his knights, Jade, had managed to survive the attack on the road, just barely managing to escape with their own lives. After their reunion, the peaceful night was cut short with a missive from one of Sonita's messengers that someone else from the attack on the road had appeared, albeit badly injured. So, with all that said, I guess that's where we're picking things up from right away. So now, if I'm not mistaken, Maxim, you had left at this point to go visit your familia. So the rest of the gang was in your quarters, your lodgings within the castle, and we're told that someone else appeared from the attack on the road. So, what are we doing? I imagine you guys are kind of headed that direction, if I believe that's where we left off, unless my memory is failing me.
Yeah, so, I think we were just rushing
I think so.
to see if we could try to save him.
Very cool. So, so you guys are headed out. The person who came and got you, this messenger, who is a small rat, one of the many servants you've seen around the castle, he kind of leads you through the castle itself, out through the front entrance, and you begin to hurry through the streets of Novia Corum. The city is surprisingly busy, considering how early in the morning it is, because this kind of happened like in the middle of the night, so it's probably like 4 a.m. But the path is cleared ahead as you follow this messenger, and people are eager to get out of your way. Eventually, the sight of the cathedral's towering spires come into view, and you start to see an enormous building dedicated to reverence of the three-faced god. Its Gothic architecture and magnificent stone reliefs stand out sorely against the brutalist buildings that you've otherwise yet seen in the City of Rats. Now, adjacent to the primary religious building, you see a much smaller oblong structure that attaches itself to the church on its western flank. Etched into the stone above the door in Rodentian are the words, Saint Corvain Healing House. And your rat guide, I suppose, kind of takes you through here and ushers you through the front door and just says, right this way, right this way. And yeah, you go inside, and what you see is basically kind of what you would expect to see in a semi-religious cloistered infirmary. Like, there are lots of beds and that kind of thing set up, and there are lots of mostly rats in here. In fact, it's almost entirely rats that are being tended to by the various clergy and healers and stuff that are around. And eventually the three of you, who also Sir Hercules came with you guys as well.
And Jade stayed behind.
She stayed in the room, yeah, just to like watch your stuff, basically, in case something were to happen. And yeah, you are ushered into like kind of a side room that they have set up. And this attendant who has been guiding you there walks forward, swings the door open, and inside of the chamber, you can see the light in here is very dim as soft candlelight kind of dances across the room. And dancing across the chitinous hide of Guy, who is the stick insect advisor to the monarch, who lays in the well-stuffed bed, albeit his long legs kind of arching over the foot of the bed.
Oh.
He doesn't really seem to be conscious. He looks pretty beat up. And around him you can see there are three other rats, all dressed in the gowns of the clergy. And they seem to be just be like tending to his wounds, like washing places where he's actually been like physically wounded, and feeding him like extracts from plants and that kind of thing to try to like ease his pain and that kind of thing. But he's looking rough.
I am going to grab Mr. McRibbit's froggy arm and kind of just like bring him forward, because I know he has healing magic.
I'm here to serve.
If I was the first one into the room, I would actually throw my hands across the door frame and not let anyone in past me and like start sniffing the air. And I would look to whoever looks to be in charge and say, "Is there a sickness?"
One of the rats looks and stops and says, "Well, you're in a place where only sick people come, so..." And then just continues.
Tear off a piece of my cloak and put it over the princess's nose and mouth. Then I nod at her to proceed.
I'll prestidigitate the cloak so it's not all dirty and gross.
Thank you.
It's probably pretty dirty and gross. It probably has a higher chance of getting you sick than any of the people in here.
It's a team effort.
Yeah, I turn over and say, teamwork. Good job, Odie.
Happy trumpet.
I always appreciate you, but please, to Guy.
All right. Go over and start playing my lute, and yeah, I suppose I can cast some cure wounds on him.
I will also do this thing.
So yeah, go ahead.
First level.
Roll that. Yeah.
I will pace.
You pace. Cool. So you go over and start kind of like strumming at your lute and channeling your magic and that kind of thing into a bit of a healing spell. And you see that... Oh, and you're also casting it on him. Okay, sure. Yeah, so you can see his physical wounds start to like kind of close up a little bit. And it's definitely helping. He still seems to be in a state of... you know what? Anyone who wants, you can roll a medicine check. But he's not
That ain't
dying.
me.
By doing this, you have removed the stakes of him dying immediately. Yeah, that's great. He is like exhausted, both mechanically and literally. Mechanically speaking, he is like practically on death's door. Because clearly he ran here and did not stop and was not able to rest during the time it took to get here. So he's pretty messed up. But the healing has definitely helped him. So he's no longer going to be needing to roll checks or anything. He just needs bed rest now, before he really starts to come around.
I'll turn to Sir Hercules and my companions and just say, is he stable enough to move? I don't want to leave him here.
When you say that, one of the rats that is there chimes in and says, if you wish to take him, we cannot stop you, but it is likely best that he stays in bed.
I nod to that, but I don't look at the rat, and I'm looking at my companions.
Yeah.
I suppose if we had a wheelbarrow, we might be able to move him comfortably. Preferably one that didn't have any plague-ridden rats in it. No offense.
Strap him to my back.
Diplomatic mission.
Right?
I'm long. He's long.
Sir Hercules, like, can you go fetch equipment
He
to
can
help move him?
He just nods
ride on my back.
and
He
says,
can ride on my back.
Perhaps like a stretcher on your back.
I will find us a stretcher.
Thank you.
No. He just nods and walks out of the room.
I have no doubt in your ability to carry him. I just, you bounce when you move, and
Emphasis on the
He's
stretch,
fragile.
I suppose.
Yeah, and it takes Hercules like a minute. He comes back, stretcher
Sounds
under his arm.
look at Guy's like spindly body, as he normally is. He already looks sickly.
That's true. But yeah, so cool. Sir Hercules comes back with a stretcher and like kind of lays it out, and then goes over and just like puts his hands around his ankles and just looks to Odetta and it's just like,
Right. You have the sticks. I'll grab the sticks. And she thinks it's the funniest thing that's ever been said and grabs his front arms.
yeah. And you guys manage to. This isn't even something you need to roll for. He weighs like shockingly little, and you pick him up and put him in the stretcher. And as you do so, he kind of lets out a like. And what's the plan? Are we just taking him back to
Yeah,
your
our
where you guys are
accommodations.
staying? Sure. So you guys kind of make your way through through town.
I imagine where we're staying. I imagine it has like multiple rooms, right? Like there's like a waiting room. And
Oh,
there's, like,
yeah.
like old rooms for everybody.
They've
Yeah.
got you set up in like a little like almost like an indoor villa. Like there's like a big common room and there's like 4 or 5 rooms that come
Hope
off
the
of
show
there.
goes well.
Right. It's almost like
I
a
won't
wing.
be able to stick around, but Doxy farm
Gotcha.
slide.
Yeah, about halfway through, Randolph realized he could have cast Levitate and made it easier, but he didn't want to take this victory away from Odie, so gonna
That's
Just
so
gonna let
nice.
that slide.
kind of like looks at his loot and he's like, "No, not today."
Unreal. So yeah, you guys get him back, and like as he's being carried through town and stuff, he's not really saying anything intelligible.
No,
He's
I think I
just-
will try to detect thoughts on him.
Yeah, the words that he is saying, really, he's just like basically calling out for you. He's just like, "Oh, princess," like with whatever
Aw.
faint grasp on the living world he has. Yeah, with detect thoughts, you detect something that you probably would have always detected were you to cast this on him, which I'm sure you've done in the past, which is worry. But you detect it in a pretty intense quantity. He's very worried and kind of scared, which is like reasonable given
The
what
situation.
you know about his circumstances before coming here and right now. But yeah, that is what you get from him.
I apologize to him. I tell him I'll never make fun of him again. I'll never make him sprint around last minute to get things.
He doesn't say anything, but you see what you think might be the approximation of a smile on his face as you say that. So we get him back to the room and we whoosh away from that group of people. Where do we whoosh to? I don't know. Let's whoosh on over to Maxim. What's Maxim up to right now?
Well, Maxim is striding as confidently as he can pretend to be towards his family home, having most of a bottle of whiskey in him. He's using all the liquid courage that he is summoned to keep his feet moving one in front of the other, to get this over with and hopefully get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, for sure. So as you're kind of bopping along and you get closer to your ancestral home, I imagine you'd probably overcome with a sense of nostalgia in a weird way as you walk the grounds of the place you grew up. It's definitely uncanny how little has changed. You still see the same ornery hedges and statues of family members renowned for great deeds marking the various places in the family's villa and estate, just as they did when you were young. And before long, a well-dressed rat, somewhat advanced in years, with gray mottled fur approaches you. And you see him coming from the kind of main entrance of this estate. And he just says in like a ragged old voice, "Oh, Master Maxim, it has been much time indeed." His raspy voice says as he steps within a few feet of you. You recognize him as Alois, who is the principal caretaker of your family's estate. Basically like the head butler, effectively.
Eloise, it has certainly been a time since I've been home. How are things?
So, the same as usual, I suppose.
Wouldn't expect them to be any other way. Who's home?
Almost everybody. I will save you the list, but of most notably, your mother and father, along with, well, pretty much everyone else.
Were they all made aware of my arrival in the city?
There was a missive. Those who keep in the know are most certainly likely to be aware that you are here.
Okay. Well,
To be honest, I was not expecting you to come here. I was expecting to have to come find you.
I figured that they would send you out, and I figured I'd save you the walk. I imagine your legs are not what they used to be. Old friend.
He
And I just
he nods to that and says, much appreciated, Master Maxim."
well, I don't know how much appreciation there will be after all is said and done. Shall we? Sort of gesturing to the house.
Certainly, yeah, and he just kind of follows along and doesn't really say too much as you get close to the grand foyer of your family's home. And as you enter, you see dozens of rats. Most of, if not all, are related to you in some way. Many of them being like straight up siblings. They're all just kind of going about their business. And you're greeted with a lot of like cold stares as you enter, which just kind of quickly snap away from you and those people continue doing what it is that they're doing.
Sweet home.
Yeah, definitely. And you, as you go in, Eloise says, "So, where to? I mean, I know you know your way around, but should I prepare refreshments, or is this more of a short-lived visit?"
I don't think I'll be around very long. I just wish to stop by and is where are my mother and father?
Well, your mother, I imagine, is in the parlor. She's speaking to some of your siblings about something. Your father, I'm sure, is in his study as per usual.
I nod and I will I guess I will head I guess I'll head up towards the parlor towards my mother where my mother is.
Yeah, for sure. And when you go in, you see your mom, who is a white furred rat lady, dressed quite nicely, sitting, basically enjoying tea with a group of other rats, most of which you don't recognize, but a couple of them are straight up siblings of yours. And they're just kind of spilling the tea, as it were, discussing the local gossip. And as you come in, you see your mother like stand up and look at you, and she goes, "Oh, Maxim, it is so good to see you." And she comes over with like her arms spread wide for a hug.
I will sort of I will return the hug, though not as enthusiastically.
Yeah.
I say, Mother, I'm glad to see you are in good health. I won't be staying too long, but I will be in town for some time, so I imagine this will not be my only visit to the estate. I wish to come and inform you myself of my arrival, that you wouldn't think me rude.
She says, "No, I understand. You're out there carving your own path and all of that. It is good to see you. And I mean, you don't have to announce yourself. This is your home, after all."
I just look like I'm going to say something in response to that, but then just seem to think better of it and say, "Of course, I only wish to stop in and give my hellos to you, and if you can relay them to Father, I imagine he's very busy, so I will not."
She says, "No, you should go talk to him. I'm sure he would love to see you. It's been
I'm sure.
years."
Is Regulus about?
Oh, I'm sure he's somewhere around here. It's some big meeting coming up at the castle this afternoon. I imagine he's probably back by now.
I imagine he's been ingrained in what's going on here. I'm sure you've heard of the of all of the hullabaloo that's been going on with the up at the castle. All the foreigners coming in from out of town to try and stave off yet another war.
Of course, of course. You know, always a busy time for us when matters of conflict are on the table.
I imagine so. I won't take too much of your time. I see that you have guests that you're entertaining, and I will gladly come back when you are free, that we may enjoy a meal together as well.
That would be very nice.
And then I'll sort of like almost like go to leave, and then I'll stop and turn around and give her embrace her once again before going to head up to my father's study. When I go up, I'll say to Eloise, I'll say, I won't need you for the next leg of this journey. I know where I'm going. Thank you, Eloise.
He gives you a bow and just says, "Of course. Do not be a stranger." And he walks off to go take care of some type of business, you're sure. You make your way up to your father's study, which is up like 4 floors of very old, venerable, creaking wood. And eventually, you get to the massive oaken double door that is, of course, the entrance to his study. And as you enter the grand chamber, you'll notice it looks pretty much exactly the same as you remember it, decorated with opulent finery, boasting massive shelves packed with books, enormous paintings hanging on the walls, some depicting your ancestors, others showing much more esoteric subject matter. But you see Leonid, your father, standing in the northeast section of the room, and he appears to be painting on some kind of mid-sized canvas, and without even looking up from what he's doing, he just says, "Can I help you?"
Seeing the painting, I just instinctively one of my hands just balls up into a fist, but then I just sort of relax and I say, "Father, it is me, Maxim. I have come to extend my greetings. I'll be in town for some time. I have made my way into the entourage of the Princess Acel. Have you been spending much time at the castle?"
He there's just like a moment of pause, and he continues painting, and he just says, "Ah, very good. Is that everything?"
I assure you that will not be everything, but I will take no more of your time. And I also turn on my heel and go walk out. Unless he says anything else, I'll just close the door behind me. And before leaving, I make my way over to 2 places. First, my bedroom, where my bedroom was. I open it. There's a couple of paintings on the wall. I'll just walk over and just sort of gently rub one of my paws against the painting. I'll grab a couple of other pairs of fine clothes, because the only pair of fine clothes I took with me the first time are now quite grody.
Yeah.
And I'll sort of throw those into the corner, assuming somebody will eventually stop by and pick those up. Much a child of wealth, I just expect people to pick my shit up. I'll shove a couple of pairs of fine clothing into my backpack. And then I go and stop by the parlor and just grab a bottle of whiskey before heading out.
Very good.
And I just imbibe the bottle of whiskey as I head back to meet up with the rest of the companions.
Yeah, as you're walking out, you with your stuff and the whiskey, you hear a voice from behind you that just says, "Some things never change. Hey, brother." And you, of course, recognize this as the voice of Regulus, your older brother, and next in line beneath your father to the Rat King's throne.
My snout sort of twitches as my hand just instinctively goes up to my scar, but then I lower my hand, trying to stay as calm as possible, turning back to face him. I say, "Regulus."
Yeah, and you...
I guess I'm...
Sorry, go ahead.
I say, "Regulus." Yeah, I guess some things never change.
Yeah, and you see the face of your brother, albeit a few years older. He is a white rat, much like your mother. And he's just wearing typical opulent, fine clothing. He has like a long, flowing kind of blue overcoat on. He just looks at you and kind of like twirls at his whiskers a little bit. He says, "I did not expect to see you ever again. But
We're not the world so kind. It seems as though duty and business have brought me back home. And I assure you, you will see much more of me." I sort of take a half step forward and I say, "I understand you've been at the castle. I imagine you have had a hand in the talks that have been going on lately. duty bound to remain up to date with everything that's going on.
Indeed. Someone has to make sure this city runs efficiently. We can't all spend our days gallivanting in the countryside, drinking and whoring and besmirching, etc.
Well, I would not seek to take up your time when you have such important tasks ahead. It seems as though fate has seen you to the position you're in. Though I do miss dear Victoria.
Not a day goes by that I do not think of how fate tragically plucked her from our paws.
I just sort of like looking at down at my hands, just sort of like just rubbing my fingers together. I say, "Yes, fate." But you know, brother, fate has a way of coming back around to those who have upset the balance. Fate has a way of paying even.
He kind of walks past you, headed in the opposite direction, but as he does, stops for like a moment right beside you and just says, fate bends the knee to those who force it. And then just kind of bumps you with his shoulder against yours very purposefully as he walks past and like kind of goes into the house, and just you hear him literally like snap his fingers and he's like, "Eloise, it's been a long day and I'm very hungry."
I just sit there for a moment, just like just whirling fantasies of turning and confronting him, and then the reality of the situation sort of crashes back down on me as I just walk over to the front door, open it, and just slam it shut, popping open the bottle of whiskey and drinking deep from its contents as I make my way back to meet up with the rest of our companions.
Indeed. Okay. So, yeah, you eventually get back to the castle and to the rooms and area where the party has been staying, and you see everyone there with Guy kind of stretched out on like a futon, just blankets on top of him, clearly not doing awesome, but he's alive, and on the mend. And just kind of as you're walking in, you overhear Hercules kind of saying to the princess, "I will go and speak with those in charge of provisions at the castle to ensure proper food and medicine are sent up."
Thank you.
And gives a quick nod, walks out, gives a nod to you, Maxim, as you enter, and then he disappears down one of the hallways.
I sort of like almost bump into him, having finished the second bottle of whiskey and now being almost 2 bottles of whiskeys deep. I sort of stumble into the room, and I look up and say, "Everything okay here?"
I think it will be.
I sort of point at where the restroom is. I say, "Might I use it real quick?"
Certainly.
I'll stride in, and I'm going to sloppily and slowly change into my more fine clothes, which when I come out, you could tell that they're nice clothes, but they're all sorts of rumpled. I didn't do a very good job of like smoothing them over or anything. And as I walk out, sort of rubbing my head, I say, "So this is what's left of your entourage?" Sort of gesturing very kind of heartlessly at the remains of the people left.
Which is basically the other Beetle Knight and Guy, who is on death's door.
How callous are you to ask about my dead friends and family who've accompanied me here in such a callous way?
I apologize, Princess. I guess I forgot my decorum. Pray tell, what happened of your fallen kin?
Really a matter of decorum, so much as basic compassion and empathy. But we were assailed on our way here.
Yes, by the rat folk and that fox. That's been bothering me.
If anybody's paying attention, you see Odetta glare at Maxim and a little bit at Randolph, sorry, and then back even harder at Maxim.
It's been bothering me, this fox. Never seen anything quite like it.
If only he were to never bother anybody again.
Well, I think I'll be staying here if that's all right with you. I don't mind.
Did your family kick you out already?
I was never welcome back there.
I thought there was no decorum left at all in this group. The callousness just runs through.
And then Maxim will just actually like laugh at that and say,
he just angrily twangs his guitar, his lute.
Yeah, I was never going to be able to stay there. There's no love loss.
Well, as I said before, I appreciate your help and you are welcome to stay here. I do need all the assistance I can get. But please, show the members of my entourage some respect and understand that we have lost much.
Arms.
Then my apologies then. I don't know what you're gonna find out there. I wish I could be a little bit more of an assistance with who we're going to be speaking to, but as you'll soon find out that the many-faced god is not the only many-faced thing inside Novacorum. And
I'm truly in a den of rats.
Yeah.
I think we're just waiting summons from Silhamina. But if you have any thoughts outside of, vague indications of danger, I would love to hear them. It's very obvious you don't like the people here, despite you yourself being from here, or perhaps because of it.
It is exactly because of it. The duplicitous nature of those who run the city of Novacorum is quite apparent to any who deal with them for any extended period of time. They do not seek to be altruistic. They do not seek to be charitable. They seek to get what's theirs. And they will do that with these talks if they can. I don't know what your goal of this is. I'm assuming you're trying to avoid war.
That is correct.
I can assure you
Less.
that the only way that you're going to avoid war is by convincing the Empire of Locke not to seek it. There will be no satiating the bloodlust that will stem from the staff that surround the Rat King and even the Rat King themselves.
Okay, very well. Then while we await a summons from Silhamina to conduct our business with her, perhaps we shall set up a meeting with the ambassadors from Locke.
That'd be most wise.
And I will craft an illusionary message that only they can read.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I won't. I will just do it in regular common, as it were. let's be blunt and straightforward in our nature and see where that gets us for now.
Okay. And you are sending this message to the diplomats from Alok.
Yeah. Actually, change my mind once again. I crumple the paper, throw it away, and check out the illusionary ink again.
Yep.
I'm going to set up a meeting in one part of town and then have the illusionary message be like at a different point in time, like at a different place.
Okay.
So that way, if I know somebody's trying to read my messages, we'll find out that information at least.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we'll have Jade go to the false location and keep a lookout.
Okay. So
once we find out that we're sending Jade on a secret mission, I'm going to be like, how many cloaks do you even have? And like start searching in my bag for ways to keep her stealthy.
yeah, she's like comically large. She looks just like Hercules. She's a giant beetle knight. Like she is with the big horn and everything. Like, and you saying that, she just looks and like kind of lifts up her cloak, which she does have a cloak, but it's not for stealth purposes. It's like for decorum. And she just goes, "This is the only cloak I
I
have."
don't think she needs to be stealthy. She just needs to be perceptive.
I do have a disguise kit if you want to make yourself look scarce. I'll do what I can. I'm not great, but
She just says,
Yes, turn her into a rat.
she
maybe
just
just like a different beetle.
she just looks at Maxim, then looks back at you, and she says, "Just foresee."
I think you'll find. I trust you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you can make her look like a rat with just the disguise kit, I will be overly impressed.
I really, really want you to try to make her look like her.
I kind of want to roll just to see how well I
Fucking
do.
tufts of fur on her on her shell. Oh my god, this
I'm a-
bulbous ass rat.
I am a rat.
Hello, I am rat.
Hello, I am a rat. Very nice.
Wow, we will.
Anyways. All right. So, when are you sending them to meet? Like, what time are you requesting a meeting?
What is it? What do I think is appropriate amount of time? Like, what I don't want to. What is the etiquette of the situation?
That's really up to you, because I mean, the only actual schedule you have is tomorrow. Sonina said that she was going to send for you to just like speak with her and kind of like give you a little bit more of a talk about what's going down, and once you were settled and had the night to relax and stuff. But other than that, you don't have any concrete plans just yet.
I'll schedule a brunch then.
Okay, for tomorrow. Okay. So what are you setting as the false location, and what's our true location?
The true location is going to be like I'm going to ask Maxim for like his opinion on like a nice place to go to.
I'll just rattle off a place I used to go to breakfast with some of the younger of the family.
Yeah,
Whenever we were hungover or
totally.
And now, what is somewhere it's a little more scarce, somewhere a little more intimate?
Well, if you're talking like public settings, there's no shortage of like bars and restaurants and that kind of thing. But like if you're looking for something that no one's gonna notice you, somewhere in one of the lower levels of the city would be the less, like you'd be more likely to go unnoticed there, at the very least by the people you care about noticing you.
The goal is not to go unnoticed. The goal is to pick an area with very small seating selection, so that Jade would be able to know anybody who came in.
Right. Okay, that's something that Maxim would be able to figure out, that there would be like a small tavern that is maybe like notoriously tiny.
I love that we just hear gunshots everywhere in Arizona, by the way. Just
Yeah, it's very cool.
Very
But yeah, okay, so yeah,
should dress
you.
her as a rat.
sorry.
Every fauna is going to see her. She's a giant shiny beetle.
Well, yeah, there's going to be really no hiding her if she goes to this place.
The goal
But
is
it also will mean that there'll be a limited seat selection, and she'll be able to spot anybody who comes inside.
Yes, that's kind of my intention.
And,
I make sure this is okay with Jade, by the way, this plan, because it does kind of put her in immediate danger.
She's gonna do anything that you tell her to do,
Okay.
with zero protest. She was a knight. You are part of the royal family, which she serves. If she was uncomfortable with something, you would not know unless you were using magic to discern her thoughts.
Perhaps I ought to go?
To keep her safe, I would appreciate that, Odie.
Instead.
Certainly. I'm reluctant to not have both of you by my side, but
And I am reluctant to leave yours, as it is my job to lay my life before yours. However, she just points back and forth between herself and Jade.
I know. Perhaps you will be more. Okay. Who's more perceptive out of Odie or Jade? Would I know?
Probably Odie, because Jade's. I mean, I can give you a real answer.
Probably Odie. I
You're
will
easier to make look like a
five.
rat too.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, her passive perception is 10.
Rodent me.
We shall split the party because that never goes poorly.
It doesn't. It's a good
I'm
idea.
so stealthy. I'll be able to get out of there.
Let's worry about you. We're worried about us. I think you're gonna you output the most damage.
Cool. So you
Now that we fixed me, I definitely do.
yeah,
So
after
I
last
just-
session, she was like, "Man, this is so weird. Like, I feel like I wasn't doing enough damage." When we went in, it was because she had accidentally slotted in the non-revised ranger stuff.
I felt very.
Oh, jeez.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, you should have been doing
Oh,
like
no.
4 times the amount of damage." But we got it all figured out, so it's all good. Cool. So the false location then that you give, which is like kind of a very intimate, small, like seat 6 kind of place, is a kind of a dive bar towards the lower end of the second tier, called the Faded Fiddler. And the place that you set as the true location is the place that Maxim talked about, which is on the first floor rather of tier, which is a tavern known as the Bitter End, which is a notorious brunch spot. And
Odie is pretty sad she's missing brunch, TBH.
We will bring you back some.
Happy
Okay.
snarf.
So, the following day, you, I mean, some of you are probably awake earlier than others, but you wake to the sound of someone rapping at the door gently. And Hercules, who was up and like already fully armored and everything, goes over to the door, opens it up, and there's a group of servants here. One of them comes in and finds you, Aesol, and hands you a sealed scroll which has the mark of the Rat King on it, which for visualization purposes is basically is an emblem that has like 6 semicircular strands that kind of cross over to each other, resulting in like 12 lines and kind of like a star-like pattern. And this servant hands you this letter, or this scroll, and says, your presence has been requested by Lady Sonina in the council room this evening. And you see the other 3 servants kind of go over and are tending to Guy, like have food and stuff. They bring in food for all of you, but specifically one of them goes over to him and is like feeding him and stuff like that.
I think if Guy did not get me up, I'm still in bed. Like,
yeah,
Hercules has to come get me.
Oh yeah,
It's the whole thing.
So like as this time, he kind of leaves like 1 second, like goes in and like gently knocks on the door, which is quite loud. It's like, princess.
I roll out of bed.
He's just like, oh, and like he informs you of the situation, all that happens,
I am
and
nocturnal.
like as he like exits the area, he walks by and sits over by Guy and just looks at him and is like, "You must get better quickly, my friend. I cannot bear the burden which you so easily bear on a daily basis." And yeah, she delivers this letter to you that you're meant to meet Sonina much later in the day. And then I guess you guys can kind of go on with your plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we're sending Odetta to the false location, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we'll start with that. So Odetta, you go into the lower tier of the city, which is a place that you were in before. Also, really quick, you were going to disguise, right? So that's your disguise kit check. So Randolph dresses you like an A-class rat. You just look like a really big rat. Very rat-like.
Perfect.
Yeah, you just look like a giant rat, which is exactly what you want. So you go to the lower tier of the city. And are you going into the actual place, or are you waiting outside? What's
I will
plan?
hide in the shadows within.
Inside the place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you go in, and it is very tiny. It truly is like a bar, and there's 6 seats at it, and that's it. Like there is no other sitting room. So are you just basically posting up in a corner and watching?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a seat at the very end of the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna pull out my comic book, and I'm going to read it.
Sure. So you grab a seat, and a very rough-looking rat individual comes over, and he says, "What can I get you?"
Nut tea.
You say not tea?
Nut tea.
Nut tea?
What nut teas do you have?
I don't know. Let me check. Like goes under the bar, and you hear him ruffling around. He goes, "I have grog. I got some type of moonshine, I think, and something else in an unlabeled bottle."
Hot water. And I give him a couple of coins.
Sure, he says, "Okay." Goes out back behind the bar. A few moments later, brings you a cup of water, which is very hot water. It's clearly been boiled over a hearth. There's like debris floating in it. Just intermittent bits of like mud and stone. But
I'm a ferret. I'm down with that.
yeah, nothing that you haven't had before.
I like crack a nut and put the shell in the water and start eating the nut.
Guy just looks at you and is like, whatever. Just goes back to tending the bar. Okay, so real quick, make me a perception check.
Okie doke.
Very
Neat.
cool. Yeah, so a few people come and go. No one that seems like particularly noteworthy. It's mostly, in fact, it's entirely just other rats, and they all are just kind of like of the ilk of what you'd expect to see around here. But maybe one more perception check.
I will do this thing. I want to pay special attention, like out any windows and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Also, very briefly.
Yes.
I'm just looking at primeval awareness, but I guess it doesn't really do anything for me.
Okay.
Okay. Come on, Odie! The fuck? I'm so sorry, Aaron.
Sorry.
You do not notice anyone that strikes you as out of place anyway.
Okay.
Both inside or out.
Are there any non what's the word I'm looking
I don't
for?
know.
Like non-speaking creatures around.
Yeah, we haven't really come up with a term for that yet. Not that you can really
Animals?
like just straight up like actual animals. Not that you
Not
see around
people?
here. Not in this area.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Because I would try to talk to them on my way out and be like, "You notice anything weird? Is anybody looking at me?"
Oh yeah,
I'm
no.
just trying to do fucking anything with this hazard I put us in for no fucking reason, I guess.
This is a particularly poor part of town, so there aren't really many beasts of burden or pets running around. But yeah, okay. But ultimately, you are unassailed. Like, no one comes after you or anything. You just basically spend the morning hanging out in this place, reading, drinking nut tea. And, like, I feel like maybe that's why you don't notice anything. Like, you get actually, like, you're pretending to read, and then you accidentally start reading, and then get, like, distracted. Like, oh man, this is actually really cool. But yeah, ultimately, you don't have any cause to believe that someone may or may not have been there specifically for you. Meanwhile, Star Wipe over to our other gang. So you guys go to the bitter end, which is exactly as you remembered it, Maxim. There's it's a pretty busy morning. This place is always busy because they have good food. And as you enter, you see the familiar sight of the owner of the bitter end, which is a gentleman by the name of Bragan, who just quickly comes over and says, "Oh, I never thought I'd see you again," and gives you like a clap on the shoulder. He's like, "What'll it be? The usual? Should I have the boys rustle up whatever whiskey we can find out back? Busy night last night."
My character looks very hungover, and I just water and maybe some eggs if you got them. I'm working right now. Do people eat eggs in this world?
Oh yeah, they eat eggs.
Hmm.
But the eggs are just giant. Like one egg is just like omelets for the morning rush.
Yeah.
Um,
That's it.
Do people eat other people in this world? How does that work?
It depends.
Really quick.
There are livestock animals.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are people animals, and there are just like animals. Some of those animals are butchered for meat. People don't really eat other sentient creatures, but
Sentient was the word I was looking for.
yeah,
Sorry, thank
some
you.
of the bigger animals might eat sentient creatures, not necessarily as like a primary source of food or anything. Like no one's keeping like
Just a
slave
flex.
food, but just
This
as
could
like
be like extra cruel.
yeah, exactly, like literally, like if
Like cats.
yeah, like if for example that fox knight was just trying to style on someone, he might just like rip someone apart on the battlefield and just chow down for a quick sec, just because he can, because he's bigger than you, but. Yeah.
That's why when my nieces misbehave, I slaughter one and eat her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the others
for
stop
drink.
misbehaving.
Yeah, they're very well behaved children now.
Very
Rest in
well
peace,
behaved.
Vanessa.
One is now, yeah.
But yeah, so you were in this tavern, and yeah, food is brought over for you. A little bit of time goes by. Is there anything you want to do before the gang arrives, or
even in my hungover state, I'd like to sort of sweep the room and see if I see anybody paying a little too much attention to what we're doing over here.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
I think Randolph would probably do that too.
You can also roll a perception check. Dankle Stiltskin. Yeah, neither of you noticed anything particularly out of place. Like, it doesn't really seem like you're being watched any more than normal. Like, you definitely get some people that are, like, staring and stuff, but it's unclear about whether or not that's because they're interested in what you're doing or because you're in here with a moth princess and a frog, which are both things that people are not used to seeing around here.
I expected to get some stares. I'm more concerned about the people who are not necessarily staring at the sideshow, more trying to figure out what we're doing.
Yeah, and like it's mostly you catch cursory glances and like kids being like, "What the hell is that?" And then like mothers like slapping their hands and I'm like, "Stop! Like don't stare! Like you're embarrassing me. You trying to get guillotined? Like come on." But yeah, some time goes by, and eventually in comes an Aquan lady, and she is a salmon-esque person, and she has kind of like long fins that act almost like hair that are kind of draped off to one side, wearing very fine robes, quite colorful, and part of what she is wearing is something that you saw earlier on that eel guy in the castle, which are basically like these cupped things of water that are like over her gills, almost like earmuffs that are clearly connected to some type of apparatus that keeps water flowing inside of her attire so that she can breathe. And she walks in and makes her way over to you guys. Maybe takes a moment, looks around, and then obviously notices you, Aaron, and comes over. And before sitting down, she just gives a bow. She says, "Well, it's pleased to meet you. I'm Una of the Empire of Locke."
I return the bow, and I just say, Aesiel, Actius Luna, of Arcos.
Very good. And
Arthos.
yes. And she takes a seat at the table. Just says, "So, what is it that we're to be discussing this morning?"
Well, I'm here on behalf of Arthos. My father sent me. We're concerned about the rising political tensions here, and I'm looking for advice. I've never really left my kingdom before. I'm new to this whole diplomatic business.
Well, seems folks around here are dead set on starting some type of conflict, and I suppose it falls on people like us to try to stop that from happening. You know, back home, what Siersch is trying to accomplish is merely a reunification of a scattered people. There's nothing sinister about it, although it would seem that folks here are intent on using that as an excuse for more warmongering. And I must admit, talks have come to a bit of a gridlock when it comes to convincing them to stand down. They won't seem to accept anything short of us merely abandoning our people and accepting things as the new status quo. After all, we did lose the war, so why should we have any rights? Or so these people would say. But
I see.
I'm confident that through diplomacy we can come to some type of agreement.
Well, I certainly hope so. It's our kingdom stance that we would hate to see more bloodshed. We'd like to work towards a peaceful resolution.
As would I.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help, please keep us in mind. I hope we can be allies in this conflict.
She nods then and says, "Of course, princess. And I don't imagine this will be the last time that we'll be meeting, but hopefully we can find a brighter future for both of our peoples, yeah?"
Over the course of the breakfast, I will ask questions about their history, and what specific lands are hoping to reclaim, and trying to phrase it, trying to be casual. I'm just I'm just hoping to learn more about
For sure.
your culture, your history, and what happened. But probing for information.
Yeah, and basically what you would learn is that the Empire of Locke was one of the big powerhouses in terms of both land that they held and also just political influence. A big part of that is because a lot of their kingdom and empire is under the water. So they're basically uncontested. Short of civil wars and rebellions and stuff like that, there's no one else that really can accomplish a large scale invasion of the Empire of Locke. And after the last war, the empire was shattered into over 30 different city-states and baronies and duchies and everything in between. So that is pretty much what they're reunifying, is just basically bringing everyone back into the fold and kind of uniting them under one leader once again. Which, as Una would tell you, is beneficial not just for consolidation of power, but also it benefits the lives of people when there's no trade squabbles between two little settlements and all that kind of thing. All the wealth of the empire gets to be shared equally and all that jazz. And that's pretty much what she would tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then over the course of the conversation, I will keep detect thoughts up just to get surface level information from her.
Yeah.
Cast using subtle spell, so it's not obvious that it's a spell that I'm casting.
Yeah, you detect
Not
that
just chanting in the middle of this restaurant.
Right. Go ahead and roll me a magic surge check just for fun.
Excellent. Fantastic. Roll 20 says it's rolling. It's struggling.
Believe it.
Let me try pressing it again, but it might do twice.
Well, 20.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a surge.
It's happening!
Let's see what happens. Is it D100 now?
It's a D100, yeah. I'll get the
I
table up.
want this.
Why are there already? There have been 4
Beautiful.
fucking rolls.
Beautiful.
Why are 2 of them now?
Okay. 15. Let's look that up really quick.
Okay, it wasn't. I don't think that's the Splody boy.
No, the Splody one's 4 or 6 or something like that.
That's actually not even a bad one.
No.
15. I regain 5 hit points at the start of each of my turns.
For the next
Cool, I
minute,
feel super healthy.
You heal 5, yeah. That's hilarious. Alright, so no one blows up. And you
Most
start-
wild magic is good.
Yeah, you start gradually healing.
I feel great.
You feel wonderful, yeah. But from Detect Thoughts, you get just a sense that she is very guarded. Not necessarily against you specifically, but just in general.
Yeah.
And I guess
For
in terms
sure.
of emotional state, she seems not skeptical, but she's trying to figure out what you want. She doesn't think that this is just a casual brunch. She's okay, you obviously are trying to learn something, so.
I will also casual check thoughts on people in the room that we don't know to see if anybody's paying close attention to what we're talking about.
Yeah, for sure. And here, not particularly. People just kind of seem to be going about their business, and again, you're getting looks and stuff, but also you're in the capital, so it's not people are used to seeing people from outside of town, so it's not when you first came in the city, but you still get a few looks, but nothing that really gives you cause for alarm. However, at one point during the conversation, she looks over to you, Randolph, and just says, "So, are you a diplomat from Emphar, or?"
I am merely a traveler, escorting her lady.
Tale as old as time.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Very good. Well, I've yet to see any delegates from Amphar, so I merely assumed that might be you, but that is okay.
Should the occasion arise, but I doubt it.
Well,
Is she just very pointedly not acknowledging Maxim?
no, she would have like spoken to him like during this whole time. But like Eric, unless there's
Okay.
anything specific you wanted to say to her, talk about, then.
Nope. It is really. I'd be very honest for any questions that she asks.
Yeah, like she would ask who you were and stuff like that, like during the conversation. But
Yeah, I would answer all questions relatively honestly. Obviously, if she starts like probing my family history, I'm not just going to divulge all
Yeah,
of that stuff. But
definitely.
like the surface questions she'd be likely to ask, I would answer them all rather honestly, if not a little gruffly.
yeah,
And I seem to have all of my attention to sort of keeping an eye on the room around.
absolutely. But yeah, no, you guys enjoy a decent meal here, and she gets up and says, "Well,
Yeah.
I suppose I should be getting back to my duties, unless."
No, please do be safe. Like we encountered some trouble on the road, leading up to this kingdom. We were assailed. I lost many people who were close to me. And I'm detecting thoughts like as I'm saying that to see if I can get a reaction that's different.
Yeah, she seems surprised, but not in a way where it's suspect anyway. Like she genuinely seems to be reacting like, "Oh, that's
No,
terrible."
yeah.
Like you get a pretty normal reaction from her, and she will simply just say to you, "Well, I do hope that such things stay outside of the city. Who was it that assailed you on the road?"
I'll give a description.
Yeah.
Straight up saying it was rats and a fox. And I'll go into detail about the fox because he seemed to be the leader.
In charge, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she just kind of shakes her head and, well, I don't know anything about that, but I sincerely hope your troubles are over and, you know, life of a diplomat,
Indeed.
she says, as if that's a normal thing. We'll get up, give you each a bow, and scram on out of there.
Mm-hmm. Once we like get to like a safer location, I'll ask Randolph and Maxim what they thought.
Well, I have not been in my homeland for quite some time, so sort of lose track of what's going on there. And seems all right. I may be
agree.
biased, though.
And I'll go into detail about like what I overheard in her mind.
Yeah.
With my magic. Very casual.
Well,
Mind
I'm
reading.
not sure
Oh, all right.
how comfortable I am knowing that you can read people's minds, but I can tell you that I'm not generally a fan of empires and the reunification of them, but it doesn't seem that anything they're doing is out of the ordinary with imperial behavior, and they don't seem to be infringing on anyone's rights.
Well, reclaiming lost land is a very polite way of phrasing it, right?
Like I said, I'm not one for reunification. I think smaller, self-contained nations tend to be more easy to deal with, and the ability for them to get into trouble is much diminished when their power is not centralized. But I guess I can't really speak for the people of the Loch. Maybe this is for the best for them. Maybe it isn't. I can tell you that whatever it is, she is correct in stating that the people here are simply using their desire to reunify as a way to jockey for further warfare. I wouldn't be surprised if they use this as a way to try to reclaim some of the lands that have been split by when our mouse brethren left the fold. I imagine that has been a scar on the eye of the Rat King for some time.
Well, it would be... It's a difficult situation to manage if it is so nuanced, right? They're not wrong in probably wanting their ancestral land back, and this kingdom is probably not wrong to worry that would lead to conflict. I don't quite know how to deal with that. Okay, we'll just think on it.
If I were to advise you, I would recommend that you push more for allowances on the behalf of the Empire. Though the Empire's reunification could be potentially dangerous, I have a feeling that whatever allowances Novacorum is given in its stead will be used for further calls for war. I do not think we can stop war indefinitely, but I think it can be staved off if Novacorum is rebuffed from from what they are attempting to accomplish. Or I guess Quorum is Quorum's the name of the country, right?
Quorum is where the mice kingdom is.
So Quorum was the kingdom of mice and rats, and then
the rats
pieced because from their point of view they were being oppressed.
Yeah, and now they're Nova Quorum.
Gotcha. So Nova
is where the rat kingdom is.
Yeah.
So then, I would not be surprised if Nova Quorum seeks war in order to envelop Quorum and redesign their government in Nova Quorum's favor.
Josiah, can I ask, what lands in particular are the Rat Kingdom worried about? They're not worried about losing any land, right?
They're not.
They just don't want the Empire to get too big because it's a threat,
That's
right?
Exactly
Is that kind of the
right.
vibe we're getting? Okay.
They're not so much worried about them reclaiming lands from them. It's more so that if the Empire is allowed to reestablish itself, that we'll end up in a situation akin to what happened last time there was an Empire. Because right now, there is only really one major, superpower, which is the Kingdom of Karnan, but they are to the north and kind of separated from everyone else and don't really screw around with, any of the other kingdoms, so, whatever. But the thought is that if the Empire is allowed to get reunify, then they will be an equally powerful threat that could potentially start to try to swallow up other kingdoms around them once again.
Okay.
So it'd be around this time that you, Odetta, would get back, meet up with everybody. And I imagine you're probably privy to part of this conversation that just happened.
Mm-hmm. And I would just say it's very good news that you notice nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
That means that our messages are secure.
All right.
And you were invited to speak to the Rat King later today, is that correct?
You're invited to meet with Sonina, who's the voice of the Rat King, later today. And then there's an actual meeting with the Rat King in 3 days' time. That was mentioned, but yeah, she's going to give you more information about what's going on with that.
Okay. So we will go prepare for dinner.
Sure. So is anyone trying to do anything during the day? If not, that's cool. But I just don't want to skip over in case there's anything anyone wanted to say or do. Okay, great.
Oh, I have a question for the party. I don't know what to do with this poison. I don't really want it to be found amongst my things. I feel like that's a bad look for...
Wait, poison?
Take it back.
Here you are.
I have no need for it. I'm coated in this stuff.
Wait, hold on. We're kind of just glossing over the fact that you have poison on you. Is this?
Yes,
this...
I do too. I don't quite understand the poison. Oni believes that she was given the poison to kill me.
Correct.
By who?
None of your business.
I would also like to know.
Excellent rebuttal.
We'll tell you in private later.
Okay.
Well, it's good to know that there's multiple people trying to kill you. That's very good knowledge. I've really brought myself on the winning team this time.
Life
Feels
isn't
like-
worth living unless people want you dead. That's what I always say.
Feels like nobody wants my help.
Yeah, I would say that's probably going to be the case. I don't think the Empire of Locke is going to be able to accomplish any of its goals through accepting any terms with Nova Corum, and I don't think Nova Corum will be satisfied with anything short of them remaining completely broken apart. I think that this is a losing battle, but unfortunately, given that you are halfway between Nova Corum, your capital city is halfway between Nova Corum and the Empire of Locke, that you have no choice but to intervene. And if I can advise and protect you in the meantime, I will. I'll do so.
Even if the Empire is seeking to regain land, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be seeking conflict. This is
Simply
just a
seeking
fear.
self-determination. I can live in either land or sea. I'm fine.
Well, the question then becomes:
Cannot swim.
there are a number of, from what I understand, there are a number of baronies in smaller countries that broke up off the empire. It seems the empire is trying to reestablish themselves, and many of those people will not have the benefit of being able to travel on land if they don't desire to reintegrate with the empire. I think allowing the empire to just simply cast a wide net over all the free peoples that now exist under the lock is not a great decision, but I don't exactly think that we're going to be in a place to.
Can I make a history check to see if the Empire impose those kind of restrictions on the citizens, or
Yeah, definitely.
those traveling through it? See if it's a concern, or I don't know, just part of his rat education.
You can't think of any specific instances, but what he's saying does track.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing that is very likely to happen.
Would I be able to roll a history on this as an expatriate?
Oh, absolutely.
Help me.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Sounds about right indeed.
Excellent. Do you get bardic inspiration for that, or was that with bardic inspiration already?
I'm not gonna waste the bardic inspiration on that.
I mean, jack of all trades.
Yeah, I already have the jack of all trades in it.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, as the day goes on, you guys are actually.
Yeah, I think
preparing
Randolph will
stuff.
probably just play his lute and try to get some coin in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll a
Hanging out.
performance check.
For sure.
Odetta will stand nearby looking intimidating in case anybody starts to sit there and not tip him.
Very good. Yeah, okay. 18 is really awesome. So go ahead and roll 2d12. I think that is how much money you make. Very good. You make 9 gold
Nice.
pieces.
Hell yeah.
Not bad for an afternoon's work. So yeah, you guys hang out, get ready. And on that note, the time finally comes where you are supposed to go and meet Sonina. And during the day too, you notice that Hercules basically just spends his time very vigilantly standing guard and also attending to Guy and making sure that he's getting his meals and stuff on time. And I'm sorry, Doxy, you were gonna say something?
I think this is a really good time for our first break.
Yeah, we can take a quick 5-minute break if you want.
I am melting. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Oh,
go
no.
get my water.
Sure. All right, we will be back in a few minutes.
All right. Thanks. Sorry.
That's okay.
Be right back, chat room.
BRB. Whoops, I still have the the red circle over your face on the BRB screen.
Oh, I'm
That I
using
was-
the Tall Tales plaque for a BRB screen during Tall Tales.
That's good timing because I need to pee.
Give me 1 sec.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back
How'd?
to the greatest show on earth.
It is, though.
Otherwise, this is the greatest.
Okay.
Also, I have graham crackers and Oreo fluff.
I'm happy for you.
I was complaining about gaining weight to my doctor earlier.
Okay. So, what were we doing? Right, we were gonna go hang out with S Money. That's what I call her in my notes. Okay.
You guys are tight like that?
I mean, she literally wouldn't exist without me. So yes, I guess you could say we're tight like that.
What a humble DM.
Thank you for noticing. Okay. So, y'all are summoned. Well, I guess you've been summoned. You know where you're meant to be. And, yeah. It comes to that time. It's evening, after dinner. And you all make your way into one of the council chambers of Castle's Wyleaf, where inside, waiting for you, is Sonina, who is sitting at the head of a fairly large oblong table, which this is very much like a war room, right? Like there's a big table in the middle with it has a big map on it, and there's like other smaller maps to the side of it, that kind of thing. Clearly discussions for things that involve points of reference on the map happen in this room. And she is in here, and sitting beside her with his arms folded is that same eel gentleman that I described before. And as you enter, she raises a hand and says, welcome. I am pleased to see you all in better condition than when last we spoke. I take it the accommodations were to your liking?
Yes, they've been lovely, thank you.
Good. And what of your friend who arrived in the dead of night?
He is doing well on his way to recovery.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I suppose we should get right to it then. I guess introductions are in order. And she motions to the person beside her. And what are you looking for when you cast Detect Thoughts?
I'm not probing deeper because I don't want to make her make a save. And she
You're
knows I
just
can do this because I revealed my hand.
Yeah, you're just
as a
looking at her
sign of
surface
trust.
thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And whoever this dude is.
sure. So
Not Eel Puppy.
Not eel puppy, eel man. So from her, you're getting just a general sense of like not worry but unease.
Okay.
Now whether that's because of something from you or just like in general, very hard to say. But she's not showing it really well, but obviously you're able to see past that. From other guy, you are getting a sense of guardedness, I guess, but not in the same way that you got from the diplomat from the law. He just seems to be someone who is always expecting the worst of people, I guess, is how you could put it.
Okay.
She motions to him and says, "This is Dara of the Lock and one of our agents within the Empire." And he nods to all of you and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you."
Lovely to meet you too, Dara.
Well, I guess we have much to discuss. And Selena will just say, "Yes, please come sit." And motions for all of you to take a seat. And she looks to you, Maxim, as you come, and she says, "Oh, Maxim, you are here as well. Is he part of your council now, or?"
Oh, yes. Maxim has been a wonderful advisor. Is that paying anything to her?
No incredibly strong reactions, but just kind of like surprise, I guess. And she says, "Oh, well, it's always pleasant to see someone down in their luck find new employment, I suppose. But in any case, to the matter at hand, I will allow you to speak of what you have learned, Dara." And he just kind of stands up and says, "Well, things are not going well, I guess you could say. Well, it depends on your point of view, but as we all know, Serge Dubine is currently attempting to unite the Empire of Locke. She's almost there, too. She's, as of my most recent intelligence, my contacts have informed me she's in talks with Glastonbury, and it seems that they are willing to bend the knee if certain concessions are met. And she is set to wage war against both Shimmerrock and Faden, which are two of the more proud colonies, you could say. The northern part of the Empire has always had their opinions about the Empire as a whole. But what is most troubling is what I have learned of her plans should she be successful there in her endeavors. And she kind of, or you see him kind of look over specifically at Randolph, actually, and then looks back to Sonina, and then kind of looks to you, Aesel, and just says, What's this guy's deal? Is he with you?"
Yes.
I am a hired performer. I just sort of around.
McRibbit has saved my life and is part of my council.
'Tis true. Is that going to be some sort of problem, or?
Well, I guess we'll find out, but hopefully not. In any case, I will then share with you, as long as you are vouching for him, if she is successful in her endeavors. I have intelligence which suggests that she will then move on Amphar, which was never a traditional part of the Empire, always maintained its city-state status as a separate entity, but it seems that Serge is a little bit more ambitious than her progenitors. And where she goes from there, who knows? But it is of concern that she seems to be setting her eyes on territories which traditionally did not belong to her, which suggests to me that this is not simply a war of unification for her. And so Nina will just kind of chime in and just say, this is the intelligence which first reached us that caused us to move from suspicion to a state of alarm, I suppose you could say. Now,
That is troubling.
very much so. And Dara continues as he says, something else worth noting is in all of her correspondence and official documents and such, they no longer refer to the Empire simply as just the Empire of Locke. But they have begun referring to themselves as the Holy Empire of Locke, which I believe is due to the fact it seems the church is supporting her in some way. I do not think they are directly involved, but it looks as though the greater church is backing her, at the very least financially. Most likely in exchange for her causing the Empire to become a much more religious place.
I see.
And that is all we really know right now.
Is there any evidence you have that you can provide to us with this information? Arthos would love to take your word for it, but
As well,
can you not give me anything more?
I would be happy to
Go
give
back to my
you
father.
what correspondence we have intercepted, which paints a pretty damning picture. But as
Thank
is
you.
often the case with these things, there are some facets of this you'll just have to take my word for, or not. But we do have some evidence in ink.
Please. And I will, like, gesture to Sir Hercules, like, I imagine you don't have them on you, but perhaps you can give my knight them, and he can return them to me.
Yeah, and
Does that seem
Hercules
fair?
says, fair enough. And Hercules will nod. And he'll say, well, come on, big fella. Like, taps Hercules in his chest plate. He's just like, okay, what? Who the fuck is this guy? And he will start to leave the room to go and fetch these things.
And now I'll just say he left with the eel man, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just say to Silhamina, like, Arthos seeks peace. Is there nothing else we can offer the Empire to hold them at bay or to keep them satisfied? Not in the terms of land? Perhaps trade agreements or
She nods
other alternatives.
as you're saying this, and she says, you know, war is not something that we actively crave, but it is not something we'll shy away from either, if it is the only response available to us. That is why we have, in good faith, sent for a diplomat from the Loch, in addition to all other places. Not just to seek allies in what may or may not be an inevitable conflict, but also to see if there is something we can do for these people to satiate their need for whatever it is that the new would-be empress is after.
Well, the diplomats that I spoke to from the Loch seemed to think that there were some who wanted conflict. Does that prompt any particular thoughts?
You get like a vague impression she's like maybe as if she was maybe underestimating you. But she's like, okay, so you actually did your homework and like you talked to the other diplomats and stuff, and it's just like, okay. And
Silhamina will remember this.
yeah, exactly.
It's the bottom of the screen.
She says, well, Princess, it is very wise of you to seek all facets and angles of this thing. But, you know, any talks we've had with them as of yet have been fruitless. See, the only thing the Empire wants is to be an empire. And the only thing any of us want is for them to be a little bit more docile, I suppose you could say. We do not seek to ravage their lands or even take anything away from them. But the idea of a new empress sitting on a throne which was previously used to plunge the world into turmoil is not one that sits well with the Rat King. Nor should it. And at that, she'll kind of glower over towards Maxim and just says, just, if you have any doubts of our intelligence, he knows well well within what our capabilities are when it comes to espionage and finding things out that others would rather not have revealed.
I'm not certain if you want to paint Maxim's view on your kingdom in a positive light, or one that I should take into consideration. No?
Oh, whatever horrible things he has to say about the Rat King or anyone else who lives here aside, whether they may be true or not, I'm sure he also is incapable of denying what we are proficient in. Whether he likes it or not, that's up to him, I suppose.
Experts in duplicity.
Often a necessary step in maintaining peaceful relations.
Or instigating war.
In any case, and just as she kind of goes to continue, as she goes to continue, you feel somewhat of a rumbling, almost like an earthquake in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a little bit too persistent to really be an earthquake. It doesn't feel like directly on top of you or anything, but you just feel that movement. It's too persistent and like almost localized, as if you can sense the center of whatever is causing this rumbling, like moving beneath your feet and in the vicinity of the castle.
I'm gonna make a note to like look down at my feet,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to very quickly try to scan everybody I possibly can who's near me and see who's not surprised or concerned.
Certainly. With detect thoughts.
With detect thoughts helping me, yeah.
Okay, cool.
But like also like I'll just like look at people's faces and look to see. I can do an insight roll as well.
Yeah, do an insight roll. You can use advantage because you're using detect thoughts to kind of help you out. 22 is very good. I don't know. What are everyone's immediate thoughts as this happens?
Oh shit.
I'm just looking at everybody else that we don't know in the room and kind of keeping an eye on Maxim and Randolph also,
Yeah.
just to make sure that nobody's making any sudden moves toward the prince.
Because right now, the only other person in the room with you guys is Sonina.
Oh, okay. I imagined guards for some reason.
No, there would be guards like outside and stuff, but not in the actual room itself.
Okay, well, I'm keeping an eye on those three then.
Sure.
Mainly her, but a little bit the other two.
Yeah. So what is
Odeta's
Somina?
paranoid.
She definitely, like, the read you get from her from detect thoughts is that she's surprised, although she doesn't really show it on her face. But something that you do hear in her mind, like her immediate thought, is just the phrase "the catacombs" for some reason, and she just kind of looks to you, looks down, and just says, "I fear that something may be going on. I will be needed by the Rat King. I suggest that you lot go to your quarters and remain there until we know exactly what is happening."
I mean, surely we can assist you. We are here to help after all, and
Be a gesture of good faith to help out.
She says, "I appreciate that, and it is duly noted. However, I would be remiss to put you in harm's way." And she says, "There is something I must attend to." And she quickly exits.
I'm gonna stealthily put my hunter's mark on her.
Yeah.
And
You
then
can do
as soon as she is out of earshot, I will look to the princess and I will say, "Do you wish I follow her? Do you want me to follow her?"
go with speed, Odie. But first, let me cast this on you. Up to 1 hour. Sorry, I'm just looking at timing. Up to a minute. So yeah, just invisibility.
Hell yeah. I will also hold on. Let me make sure that neither of these are concentration. damn it, they're both concentration. Okay. I was gonna also do pass without trace, but I guess I will just make regular ass stealth rolls.
Yeah.
I will follow her.
Okay, so you're gonna follow her, and what's everyone else doing?
Protecting the princess.
Yeah, I'm sticking with her. I'm not a stealthy boy.
I got my loot out, ready to go.
Your
I
loot is
will
locked
stick
and
around
loaded.
under the guise of like waiting for Sir Hercules.
Cool. Yeah, because you definitely feel this rumbling, and it's pretty persistent. It gets like pretty intense to the point where like things on shelves are like falling over and stuff, and then it stops almost as suddenly as it started. And from inside of this room, like, you hear the unmistakable, like, running of, like, soldiers and stuff, like, running around. Like, something's going on.
I will let the party know that if someone to the catacombs, Maxim, does that ring a bell to you?
Would I know anything about the catacombs?
Yeah.
Other than the obvious.
So, you would know that underneath the castle, there is a set of catacombs,
Tell me
which
it's all dead cats.
it is not, which has not been used in many, many years, and has actually been within the past, would have been like 25 years ago. The catacombs, there was like a big cave in down there, and they were basically sealed off as unsafe, and no one is permitted down there. And since then, the royal family has begun burying their dead elsewhere.
I say simply, the catacombs shouldn't be accessible. If anybody is, they're doing so with intent to harm someone. We should get you back somewhere safe.
Or another idea. You have many underground connections, so you know how to get into the catacombs? Or at least where they were sealed off?
You would know that.
I would know that.
I have detect thoughts up. And I can see his little rat face. Squirming.
I literally just say I would know that.
Hmm?
All right. So, if that's the case, then I want to lead them down there.
Okay. Are you
Right.
guys going to wait for Odetta to return, or are you going to go down that way separately?
If she has already left, then I guess my character would be let's go look. My character's pretty.
Yeah, I'm definitely a go with the flow type of guy.
Let's leave a message for Odetta on the table. Provide instructions.
I have
How to follow
calligraphy.
us.
Perfect.
You would. I love it.
From the College of Eloquence, my dear.
Okay. So,
And we'll just like provide instructions on how to get to where we are.
yeah, where you went and how to get there. Sure. Okay.
And
So,
I'll let Odetta or Odie read it, and Sarah Hercules as well.
Okay. So, you let's deal with what's happening with Odetta first. So you are basically just like following Sonina at like a safe distance, I guess, like a distance where it's unreasonable that she'd really be able to detect you. But because of Hunter's Mark, like you don't have to keep eyes on her. You just know the direction she's going, as long as she doesn't leave the plane of existence you're currently on, which she doesn't. And
Just as I thought.
yeah.
Something's going on in this plane.
you can follow her for quite some time. You kind of go follow her sneakily through the castle corridors and stuff. And you're invisible right now too, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
For
cool.
1 minute.
So make a stealth check at advantage.
Okay.
And like there's no chance anyone will see you, but this is more for like if you're making noise and that kind of stuff. Yeah, 19 is perfectly fine. You don't really hardly make any noise, and any small amount of noise you might make is quickly muffled by the sound of people shouting and like guards running around and stuff like that. You follow her through towards like kind of the main section of the castle. And you see her go past very well armed guards. There's like a whole platoon of them out here. There's like 12 guards decked out in black steel, all armed to the teeth. These guys are not running around. These guys are clearly like on guard duty. And just like contextually, based on like what you just know, it's apparent that she is going into like the throne room of the Rat King. Something else that happens is there's like a threshold there. It's kind of like a really thin, weird, gloomy, purplish kind of color of this like curtain that kind of hangs in the entryway there. And as she opens it and goes through, immediately as soon as she's out of your sight beyond that threshold, your hunter's mark is no longer active.
Okay, so I know that if I go through that door, I won't be invisible anymore.
That is a reasonable assumption.
Okay. I am going to... I get advantage rolls on advantage on stealth rolls if I cast. Oh, it's a fucking spell, so it doesn't matter.
If you cast what?
Nothing.
Oh, Pass Without Trace?
I said nothing.
Very cool.
I'm gonna try to sneak past the guards.
Yeah.
They can't see me till I'm through the curtain anyway.
That's true.
You're
Go
also
ahead.
invisible for an hour.
Yep.
Only it will wear off as soon as I step through the door. Because it has like an anti-magic on it.
So you're gonna try to sneak past the guards and go into this room?
Yeah. I'm invisible until I get past them, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And does it look dark in there?
It looks like dimly lit. So yeah, you'd say it's like dim light.
Okay, I think there's something that makes it so that I have better stealth in the dark too.
Is it one of your Gloomstalker? I know one of the Gloomstalker things is you don't need, like, people with dark vision in darkness can't see you unless they have like some other type of
That
sight.
might be it. Yeah, people can't see me without magic sight in darkness.
Yeah. Or just like light will illuminate you and stuff, but like dark vision doesn't allow you to become seen in darkness. But yeah. So we're going in. Okay. You already rolled stealth for this, so I won't make you re-roll that again. That's fine. Like, you can go in and sneak past these guys. And you go beyond this threshold. When you do that, as soon as you pass through, you become visible again. And what you see in here is you see a very large 12-sided room with the symbol of the Rat King massively laid out on the floor, centered in the middle of the room. And at the north end of the room, there's like a bit of an outcropping, like a pedestal, like 3 steps up that go up to like a landing, which has a massive iron curtain hanging down floor to ceiling, which you can't really see through. It is chain link, but in the dim light, it's very difficult to see through it. And you can definitely see some type of movement behind it, though. And you see Sonina standing in the center of the room, facing towards this curtain. And she begins to speak. And she does a very deep bow. And she just says, "My liege, it would seem that there is some type of disturbance. I suspect that whatever it is has to do with the catacombs. And I think we are under attack." And you hear from the other side of this curtain an extremely unsettling sound, which is the sound of a dozen voices all intermingled with one another, speaking perfectly in tandem, but still separate from one another. And you just hear this cacophony
in
of voices.
unison.
Oh yeah, in perfect unison.
Okay.
Which, and you hear this unison of voices just say, if they are here for the exhaustion, we cannot allow this to stand. And she says,
Have I heard of the exhaustion?
No.
Okay.
And so Nina just says, of course, I have already dispatched knights. I do not know to what end we are under attack or being assailed by. Let us hope for the best, but we will deal with it. And she bows and begins to like back up. And you just hear this group of voices just say, good. So be it. Do not disappoint. And she begins to back up.
Yeah, don't tell me too much more because as she begins to back up, I will quickly stealth back out.
Okay, so now I am going to need you to roll a stealth check because those
Okay.
guards are just illin.
Okay.
And you are no longer invisible. Okay. That's an interesting number because now I have to actually roll. Give me 2 seconds. So close. None of them seem to notice you. Which it was pretty close, but yeah, no, there's just like so much commotion going on and the guards are otherwise not paying attention, but they're distracted. And you're able to slink out behind them and then just kind of blend in with a bunch of rats that are running by as if you were with them the whole time. What's the game plan now?
I'll get back to the room that I left everybody in.
Okay. You scurry back to that room.
I'll see the message, read
And
it, and follow the
it
instructions.
is empty, yeah. And you see that message just on the table. There's a glowing script on parchment on the table. Do you take it with you, or are you leaving the message behind?
No, I would leave it behind because it would say that it was for me and Hercules, right?
I don't know. Does it? Or is it just instructions?
It's just instructions, yeah.
Yeah, I just
then
wrote
I
down
would
instructions.
I would take it with me.
Sure.
I might like sniff to see if I know if Hercules has been here recently.
You can roll survival
Okay,
if you want.
I do want.
Cool. He's definitely been here recently. It's not entirely apparent whether it was before or after they left, because you don't really have a timeline for that, but he was definitely like in here in the last like few minutes for sure.
Is his scent fresher than theirs?
Not particularly.
I would try to track him with the note in my pocket.
Okay. So then we're going to jump to everyone else. So you guys all roll up on the entrance to these catacombs. So you take them through the castle, and like you're in a part of the castle right now that you normally wouldn't have access to. But because of what kind of the chaos that's happening right now, you guys go largely unnoticed. Most of the people running around and stuff are just like, oh, okay, whatever. Just nobles doing their thing. Get out of the way. And yeah, Maxim, you can take these guys to part of the castle, which leads down like a long winding descent. Until you get to the threshold of a door, which is firmly sealed. But upon actually inspecting it, it looks like it's been cracked open like recently. Like there's a very clear level of dust along everything else. But the door is kind of propped open.
I look back at the at Aesol and I say, "Do we wait for do we wait for Odie or do we go in?"
I think it would be prudent to wait.
Definitely prudent. Wisdom would say that we wait for backup, but
But
whatever's going on behind there is probably really cool, and it's happening right now.
I know.
I do enjoy cool things, as I myself am a cool dude.
I would agree with that statement.
We'll wait 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm gonna keep an eye like on anybody taking notice to us because I can cast invisibility as a 4th level spell and get us all in it. If I
Okay.
feel we're drawing too
If
much attention.
You think that's something? Yeah. Well, where you are
don't
down
really
here,
want to blow my 4th level slot.
yeah, for sure. Fair enough. Where you are down here, no one can see you, but like, yeah, I'll let you know like if someone starts coming down the staircase. Okay, so Odetta, you're trying to track down Hercules. He's technically one of your favorite enemies because he's a guy.
Hell yeah.
So you can roll survival to try to track him, and you have advantage on the roll.
Hell yeah. Roll 20. Thank you.
20, please.
Fuck. It's a 15.
Yeah, 15's not terrible. It probably
Okay.
takes you a few minutes, but eventually you do find him. And
I would give him the note. I would memorize the note. I would give it to him. I would say, fetch Jade and meet here, and then scamper off.
cool, because where you find him is in the chambers, like in the room. Like he was just back there expecting you guys to go there. So he's like,
Okay.
oh, okay. So you give him the note. And he immediately like runs out to go and fetch Jade, and then you scamper on off to those guys. Cool. So it actually takes almost about 10 minutes for almost exactly 10 minutes for all of this to go down. And eventually when you're like, just like, how much longer do we want to wait? You hear the unmistakable skittering of Odie on the stairs as Odetta arrives.
There we are.
It's a perfect ferret sound. Just keep it.
I believe you.
Jade, I know you came all this way, but I would rather have somebody stay with Guy.
No, Jade isn't here yet.
Make
It's just
sure.
Odetta who's there.
Oh, okay.
Jade and
I thought they all came together.
no, Hercules went to go get her
Gotcha.
because she was not there.
I would inform you, though, that Hercules and Jade were on the way. In case you have any way to communicate with them telepathically or anything.
I do not. That is unfortunate. Hopefully Guy will be okay during all this. He's survived worse, it seems.
Quite.
To the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull open this door.
Okay. Right. You pull the door open. And a thing's gonna happen. Poop. Can everybody see you?
Yes, sir.
I don't think stream can.
They can't.
Let me check. Oh, they can. I'm just an asshole.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, this is where you find yourselves. We are in the catacombs. You go down, and immediately what you see is there are two rats down here that look to be deceased. You see one of them laying like in the middle of the floor, just cut down. The other kind of slumped in the corner over there.
I'd like to fly over and see what killed them.
Yeah, you can make a medicine check if you would be so kind, or investigation, whichever is better for you, or survival even.
None
can
of these
assist
are
with
great
survival.
for me. Investigation makes the most sense for my character, I feel.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
This guy and the other guy in this room in particular, seem to have been killed by a bladed weapon of some kind. By a bladed weapon and a big one at that. So likely a greatsword or something.
Mm-hmm. I will point that out to my comrades. Just say we must be careful.
Perhaps I ought to take the lead.
Please.
No arguments here.
I will take the lead.
Very cool.
Also, very quickly, I'm going to cast Against Nature.
What is against nature?
Wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry, I'm going to cast Sniff Out, which
What is
is
Sniff Out?
find traps.
Okay.
I want more than anything for like one of the traps in this universe just to be a mousetrap. Like just a regular
You spot a
mousetrap.
big hunk of cheese at the end of the hallway.
Look, man. There's a line. You do not detect any traps within. It's 120 feet, right? Yeah, you don't detect any traps down here. Place seems hella unstable, but no deliberate traps of any kind.
Okay. Then I will move forward, following the trail of dead.
Yeah.
Okay, I will point. I will indicate that there's stairs here before they get here, and ask which way they'd like to go.
Let's look around more. Do they go down or up?
Those go
Looks
up.
like up.
I would imagine that those would just go back towards entryways into the catacomb, no? Because that's going back up towards the surface?
I can go and look and be back in a flash.
I'd rather not have you run off on your own. I'm worried for all of our safeties here. Why don't we go through this floor at least first, and then maybe go up to the second floor later.
More dead to the left. Shall we follow the trail?
I'm dead?
Aye.
Yes.
Seems prudent.
Okay. So you follow this, and yeah, you see more of these bodies. All of them seem to be killed by the same thing, whatever killed the other ones. You do notice in here there is actually a sealed door over here, that seems to have some type of light coming from underneath the crack. And it's around this point. Can I get a perception check from anyone who really is feeling perceptive right now?
Randolph's got
Odie
expertise.
is feeling pretty, same. Pretty. She's just always paranoid that somebody is gonna try to kill the princess. So.
Yeah. So Odie and Randolph, you can both hear noise coming from over here, like beyond this door. And Randolph specifically, you can pick up that like there's people talking, like you hear voices. You can't really make out specific words, but you hear muffled speaking coming from that other room.
I would put a claw to my lips and say, "There's someone in there, princess."
Friend or foe?
Hard to say.
What do you say we find out?
I look to the princess.
Maybe we should try to listen in first. No?
Odie will press her ear against, or well, she'll leave room for Randall too. and
No one, I
press her
imagine
ear
like three
against the door.
stooges pressed up against the door.
Yeah, everyone's
Yeah.
just listening into the crack into the door.
I shall take out my cup of hearing.
Yeah. So you guys listen, and you hear well, it's still kind of garbled because you're listening through a stone door, but you can start to make out. You hear kind of a muffled but deep voice saying, "All right, like we have what we came for. You should depart post haste.
Oh, certainly not, friend.
Seal the path behind us." And then you just hear like an unidentifiable sound. Something like a... And then you just hear that same voice saying, "We are not alone."
I think Randolph is real quick gonna give Odie a bardic inspiration. Just be like, whatever happens, I know that you're capable. And so you got a bardic inspiration die to
She'll
use the next
actually
10
look at
minutes.
you and be like, "Aw," and push the door open and be like, "You've been
Cool.
made."
You push the door wide open, and we're
You
gonna take,
got.
and then we're gonna take a 5-minute break and be right back.
Aw. Is this a good time
Avast,
for
you
our
fiends!
Is this a good time for our 10-minute break so that I can just play the thingy?
Yeah, we can do a 10-minute
We're
break
like
if you want.
more than halfway through. I feel like we might as well, right?
Sure, we'll do our long
Okay.
break.
Yeah.
All right, chat.
All right.
Hang tight. We'll be
10
back.
minis. Okay. What up, everybody?
Hi guys.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
Everything is going to be super fine.
Everything is going to be super fine.
Nothing bad's going to
just-
happen to us.
Just so you know, Odetta would not have shouted, "You've been made."
Well, you kick the door down, and this is what you see.
I don't kick it down. I push it open.
Whatever. You open up the door, and this is what you see. You ready?
Yes.
This is not fine music. That is
Oh,
not a fine
Lord.
thing.
I'm gonna go ahead and say nope. I don't like it.
We just closed the
God
door.
damn it.
Whoops, wrong room.
So sorry. You were looking for someone else.
Excuse us.
Oh my god.
I am immediately gonna shoot this fox.
Well, we're gonna roll initiative. You swing the door open. Oh, it's still from last time. Let me remove all of this.
Why?
Hold up.
Why does God hate my ability to roll?
Amazing question.
Double deuces!
That's whack.
I'm furious.
That is wild, dude.
By the way, I'm the only one without the tiebreaker on because there was never a concern. Like,
But if you tied,
Wow.
you were ever gonna need to contest it.
no.
Alright, I'm just gonna roll.
Cool,
these guys
sick,
in real
wonderful. An Aquan Devastator that rolled a 19.
quick. Don't worry about them.
I wouldn't be concerned.
I'm a
at all.
little worried.
Yeah, generally, things that devastate are not what we want to be dealing with.
Dude, it's like I can't reiterate how fine it's gonna be.
It's gonna be great, dude. It's gonna be fan-damn-tastic.
Right? That's what I've been saying this whole time.
I really need that fox to low roller than a 7.
The odds of that happening are very slim, but hey, let's see. Let's see how it plays out. He did not.
Sick.
Much as I hate doing this to myself, I should have a 7. I rolled originally on the first thing, and then you cleared it out.
Sure that. Oh my god. Okay, what's your dex? Eric?
16.
Okay, so this is our order. Aaron with the 1.
Mhm.
You'll love to see it. Okay. I also need to change this
On there.
man to whisper rolls because roll 20 is amazing.
Yeah, dude, isn't it super cool that all your stuff just gets blasted out to everyone
I
instantaneously?
thought I changed it all, but I guess not. All right. So you swing the door open, and you see a group or a school, if you will, of fish soldiers who are all these like koi fish looking dudes who are wearing suits of plate armor that have like these glass kind of fishbowl things on the top
Like
of them.
spacesuit helmet.
Kind of like a spacesuit
Oh,
helmet,
my
yeah.
lord.
Like a
but-
1950s astronaut.
Exactly. And are, of course, filled with water. And standing in the middle of the room is the fish soldier, who clearly looks to be wearing the most regalia, who is like a Burmese fighting fish guy, who has like this big, long, mohawk-esque fin that runs across the top of his head. And over to the side is this like lionfish dude who doesn't seem to have a weapon but is holding a staff of some kind. And then at the other end of the room, clearly what was causing all the rumbling, there is just a ginormous worm of some kind. And then, of course, adjacent to that is the lovely fox guy who you saw from before. And in the center of the room is a lantern. which seems to be up on like some type of pedestal, which is glowing with a very intense white flame inside of it, and it's like contained within some type of glass case. And we see the Fox Knight just look through the door, and he just kind of snarls, and you see his like lips curl up, baring his teeth, and he just looks to the fish guy who's in charge and just says, "Deal with them." And you see his mohawk kind of like get stiff, and you see his skin go from this like rosyish tone to like flush red. And he says, "All right, you fuckers, let's show these boys how we do things in the lock." And he draws akimbo swords and he says, "Come on, you fucking cunts, let's go," and starts running into battle. And then we go into initiative. So up first is the Aquan Devastator, who's a chill dude. If you're
Straight up sounds chill, dude.
if you're a fish,
Fish racism.
he's gonna go here. Bonk.
Oh god, I don't like him.
Okay. I need Odetta and Maxim to both make me a dexterity saving throw.
I'll do it this time. Oh my god. Ugh.
Is it also showing his rolls? 'Cause it shouldn't be. Never whisper rolls. Always whisper rolls. Dude, what are you new here? God. Okay. So, that is gonna be... The number you want to make here is a 13. So Odetta passes. As he shoots out a bolt of lightning, which rips down that hallway. Odetta, you're only going to take half damage. Also, I didn't mean to roll that openly, but I guess there you go. So, Odetta, you're going to take 14. And Maxim, you just get blasted in the chest with a lightning bolt.
Hot, dude.
Yeah, it's great.
Literally, because it's burning my flesh.
I believe you. And then it is Foxman, who is literally going to pick up this lantern and get in the mouth of said siege worm, which
He's
just
taking the Excelsior!
closes on him and rips off down the tunnel from whence it came, which shakes the earth quite a fair amount. I need to check what the move speed of this guy is.
I look to the princess and I say, I don't know what the Excelsior is, but they were talking about it.
Do you? I thought it was like Excestrian or something. Was
Yeah,
it
she's
Excelsior?
really dumb.
I just look confused.
Also, yeah, she doesn't know that what you overheard in the throne room either, so this
Yeah.
is like double confusing. Okay. Hey, it's this guy. He is going to run up and block the door and attack you, Odetta.
Groovy.
And that's pretty chill. What's your armor class?
16.
He does hit you.
69.
You're gonna take 6 damage. His other attack misses though. Now it's Frog.
I have a name. You take a step back and peer into the room. Oh. And I'm going to cast a little thing I like to call Bog Lights, aka Fairy Fire.
Hell yeah. Oh man, they're perfectly set up for that too.
Yeah. Because I think it's a 20-foot cube. So I'm just going to get all 4 of those guys.
Do it.
I think it is a 14 DC.
Yeah, it says right on the card.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do guy on the bottom, guy on the top. Boom, boom. So guy on the bottom fails. means that he is fuegoed. So we're like, yeah, this is a close approximation. Leader guy also fails. So we're gonna put a boop boop on him. And this guy also fails. So he gets a boop boop as well. Cool. So you unleash your... Whoops, not on him. You unleash your bog lights, which latch onto almost all of your targets, causing this kind of like sickly green glow around them.
Yeah. I'm imagining it looks like they kind of like froggish ooze on them.
Yeah, totally. Like the glistening,
Yeah.
froggy goop. You gooped them. And then are you moving at all, or are you gonna stay there?
Yeah, I'm gonna take 5 more steps this way, and then I'm gonna turn to Maxim and say, Maxim, now's a good time to prove your family name. And I'm gonna give him a bardic inspiration as well.
Hell yeah. Okay. Now it
Oh my
is-
god, could I have used my bardic on my initiative?
I don't think he needs
no.
to just saves and
Okay.
attack rolls.
All right, that makes me feel a little better.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I don't know. This guy can't
So
really...
this music is a little loud. I will turn it down. I'm sorry, chat.
Is it loud? I can turn it down on my end.
No. It's okay.
There you
I've
go,
got
it's turned down.
It's a
Okay,
ability
now
check,
it's too
attack
quiet.
roll, or saving throw. And I think, does initiative count as an ability check?
I don't... Does it?
I don't
know.
think so.
No, it's not.
There you go. And also, you have it until it succeeds. So, like, if you use it and it doesn't work, you still have it.
That's dope.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
one
that's
of the
right,
perks
because-
of the College of Eloquence.
That's right. I forgot about that. That's a sick perk.
That is sick as fuck.
So this guy right here moves out and chucks a javelin at you, Odetta, which does hit for 4 piercing.
She's gonna angry snarl and say, "Hit someone else."
It's your turn now.
Who all has not gone?
These 2 fish guys in here have not gone on the left, on the top and bottom, and Fighting Fish Man has also
Big
not
bad
gone.
man getting an arrow right to the face after I cast my easy prey on him.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I
he's
didn't mean to
marked.
roll it, but
That's okay. Whatever. It'll probably be relevant. So yeah, you get an extra attack because it's the first round, and you are a gloom
and I get
stalker.
advantage because he hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, he's also fairy fired, so you just get advantage anyway.
Do your thing, Twig of Twilight.
That is
Thank
a hit, I believe. I mean, it definitely is. Yeah, it's a hit. Cool. We'll just use the
and
roll
then-
from the first one. So that's 12 damage.
Yeah. And then
Also,
I'm gonna...
he's a favorite enemy, so because he's a humanoid.
Oh, okay. There we go. And then Dread Ambusher is like that. And then...
Well, the extra damage specifically goes on your 3rd shot.
Oh, so only if I make the 3rd shot we add that 6?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll keep that in mind. I already rolled it. No point.
Yeah, that's
in-
fine.
Oh, this is not with oh, it still is
It
with
still
advantage.
is with
because he's
advantage.
Fairy fire or whatever. Does a 17 hit?
17 is also a hit, yep.
Sick.
So that's another 11.
And then finally,
And that's also a
does an
hit.
18 hit.
So we have the 6. Okay, and 4. And then 4 from your favorite enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, you didn't roll your Hunter's Mark damage on the last 2 attacks, so roll 2 more d6. Because Hunter's Mark is every time you hit something.
Did not know that. Is he dead?
So that's another 8. No, he is not dead, but he is severely wounded as you just shoot 3 arrows down the hallway and all 3 of them find their mark. Would you like to do anything
I like
else?
to think I hit him in the throat, but it doesn't matter because he has gills.
Because he's a fish.
Just like, damn it.
Are you moving or anything? Or are you done?
No, I need to keep them from getting to the princess.
Okay. Next up is this man, who's going to...
However, Maxim, if you do request my spot, I will step aside for you.
I can punch from the side of you. The question is whether or not I can get past this fucking guy who's in the doorway.
He's gonna chuck a javelin at you. He's taking another 7 damage, Odetta.
Okay.
And then he's going to move over there. And now it's Maxim's turn.
Caster. Okay. So I don't know. Well, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to walk up and I'm going to flurry of blows this guy.
Yeah.
My question, which you can answer after I'm done doing this, is whether or not I get a free disengage as part of that. Can I move past him?
You can try to tumble through his square. I'll let you make an acrobatics check.
Absolutely. I will definitely do that. So first, let's swing at this fucker. 16?
16 is a hit.
All right, so the first one will be for 11 damage. Second attack will be a hit as well.
Yep.
4 damage.
So that's 15
Then
total.
a punch, that will be a hit for 6 damage.
Okay.
And finally, a last punch because I flurry of blows, which will be a hit for 5 damage.
Okay. He's still up, but he is fucked up.
I'm going to make an acrobatics check. 21.
Yeah, that's definitely enough. So, like, his one square will be difficult terrain for you, but other than that, you can move as normal.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This is the guy that cast lightning bolt, right?
Yeah.
I want to be right at this fucking dude's face. Now I'm going to use another key point to get a dodge action for free.
Sure. That makes sense.
That's a bonus action. Oh, so I can't do that actually. Never mind. Because I use my bonus action for flurry of blows.
Okay.
So I'll just move up and pray that they don't just beat me to death.
Perfect. Now it is this guy's turn, who kind of loops around. And boop. He's gonna try to hit you. What is your armor class?
16.
Okay. Make a strength save for me if you would be so kind.
Strength, I can do that. 16.
That's enough. He comes up and hits you, but he doesn't strike you with one of his blades. He hits you in the side of the head with the pommel, basically. He's trying to knock you down.
Gotcha.
But so you take 7 damage, but you don't get knocked prone. And then he is going to boom boom attack you twice. First attack is a hit. So you take 4 slashing damage. The second attack is a critical hit, which is going to cause 16 damage.
I'm down.
Of the slashing variety. Jesus. So yeah, this guy just comes out, relentlessly lays into Maxim as he does so. And it is now this guy's turn. Who is... Let's see how this goes for him. Cool. This guy adjacent to our caster friend is just stabs Maxim in the back as he goes down. You take 2 death saving throw failures. Asa, it's your turn.
Shoot. Alright, well, hold on. That ruins what I was gonna do. Which was to tell everybody to, hold this line.
Because you're going to
And
fireball
funnel
in there?
them into the room. Not necessarily, but just a smart play.
I mean, usually you want to say that before we start acting.
Oh, this is my turn. And I didn't think I didn't think we were gonna charge the room.
Remember the kind of discussion we had
Yeah.
during the break? How Eric was like, "My character's not very wise. Like, he acts impulsively."
Actually can't get to you to. I'm just gonna cast Greater Invisibility on myself,
Okay.
and I will go 5 feet up in the air. I'll fly over here. I'll tell Odie I will get the, I will take care of the Excalibur, whatever we're calling.
The Exestian, but you don't even know.
I told you it was called the
Excelsior.
Yeah.
The Excelsior. I will get the Excelsior. Try to funnel everybody in this
That
room. If
scared
you
the
can get
fuck-
Maxim out. That's my
Sounded
dogs.
like a man screaming.
Dogs, can you not sound like man screaming?
It's okay. It just terrified me for a second. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Try to get Maxim out of there, and maybe after I secure it, we can try to make a run for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Godspeed, princess.
So there is a guy blocking that doorway.
I did go a little bit up in the air. Can I get past
Oh, that's
him?
right. I forgot that you had limited a fly. Yeah. That's fine.
I'm limited about it. I got 30 feet.
Right,
Fly
but like you
speed.
can only do it for so long a day or whatever, right?
No, I have wings.
Oh, so it's not. I thought it worked the
Just
same way as
wings.
the Aarakocra did. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Sick. Okay.
And that's as close as where is it? It's over here, right?
Okay, so this might change what you want to do. Fox guy picked it up and got in the mouth of the worm.
Oh no. Where'd that go?
Back through the tunnel. It exited the room on this side.
Okay.
I just put it on the GM layer to not block space.
I see. Back through like this way?
I will draw for you. There is a tunnel which goes this
Okay.
way.
Interesting. Then yeah, we gotta take care of these guys. So I will not cast Greater Invisibility then.
Okay. I thought that might
My
I thought that might change what you want to do. That's
But
okay.
I will just cast the fireball.
Sure.
But I will careful spell it so I don't hit our
So you-
friend.
Yeah, makes sense.
But I think I can hit everybody. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Everybody gets fireball.
A ball for everyone.
Okay. So that's gonna be left, right, dex. Fail. Then we gotta roll for you and for you. I think. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and then those guys too. Dex.
I would have loved to get like over here and cast invisibility on your unconscious body, but unfortunately then I would just be in the room.
Literally the only one who passes is this guy up here.
Nice.
So why don't you go ahead and roll damage?
I did.
Oh, did you? Oh yeah, it's right underneath the thing, obviously. Okay, so he's gonna take 15, 17. The guy in the doorway is incinerated. Because he was already kind of hurt.
Hell yeah.
These guys take some damage. Okay.
And I think I'm gonna use my bonus action to just create a spell slot with the rest of my
Sure.
sorcery points.
Okay.
Create a second level slot.
Sounds good. And your turn is over?
Yes, and then I want to move back over here.
That makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay.
Now that I know lightning bolts in play.
Right? Makes sense. Okay, I just gotta check something real fast. the range on that? Do you have to be able to see them? Yes, okay. So he has to move like there, I believe. Okay. So this Devastator is going to move up there.
Again, such a lovely name.
And cast Magic Missile. And one... Actually, I guess he has to be here in order to do this. Yeah. One is coming... There's a missile coming at each of you. The first one, we'll say, is Odetta, which is going to deal 4 damage to you. Second one is
I am exactly down and stable.
Second one's at Randolph, which is going to be 3 damage. Third one is at Aesol, which is going to also be 3 damage.
Okay.
And then he will use the rest of his movement to get over here. And that is it for him. That dude is gone. That guy is no longer alive. All right, Randolph, it is your turn.
Alrighty. I'm going to step up into the doorway, assess the situation. So if I were to cast Levitate on Maxim's body, would that provoke an attack of opportunity if I raised him 20 feet in the air?
No, because it's forced movement.
Okay.
So he's not choosing to take that movement, you're moving him. So that would not do that.
Yeah, I think that...
So here's the deal, just in case this affects your decision. I'm not stable. I'm making death saving throws either way, and I'm 2 down.
Yeah.
So I'm either making these checks or I'm dying. You right now could, if you have any healing spells, bring up Odie, which would probably be better in the long run. Just having that damage out to hopefully end the fight quicker.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's up to your character what they would do in this
Yeah.
situation. But
Well, and how do these other 1, 2,
Everyone
3,
is
4...
looking pretty hurt right now. The only
Pretty
one
hurt?
who looks relatively fine is this guy up here, because he took half the brunt of a fireball. But main dude took 3 arrows to his torso and a full fireball. He's looking fucked up. Everyone else is looking pretty fucked up.
All right. So, yeah, I ran up through the doorway, assess, take 5 steps back, and I'm going to play a little lullaby and cast Sleep at 3rd level.
Fuck yeah, bud.
That's so funny. All right,
So
go
that's
ahead.
going to be...
Go ahead and roll your...
It's going to be 9d8.
Yeah.
I love the 3rd level sleep.
Go ahead and roll your d8s and let's see what happens.
47 hit points.
Okay.
Isn't it doing it?
I'm going to bring up the old...
And so it starts from the lowest,
The lowest,
the person with
right?
the lowest hit points, and then goes up.
Where did I put my phone? I left it in the other room. Let me do this. So... Give me 1 second here.
Sorry, chat. I have to refresh to get us some dice, apparently, because they're just not working this time for some reason.
Oh, the 3D dice?
Yeah. Which is, as we say in the industry, a big bummer.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 47. So, starting from the lowest, we've got minus that many hit points. This man's is asleep. And then we've got minus that many hit points. This man's is asleep. Then we've got minus that many hit points. This man's is asleep. And then we've got minus that many hit points. This man's is asleep.
Oh my god.
And there's not enough for this guy. So
That's fair.
everyone except for the dude who I said was the least hurt actually drops to the floor unconscious. Like literally you see this fighting fish guy who's in the middle of being like, let's fucking kill him, and then he just like falls and crumples to the ground, passed out.
All right. And then for my bonus action, I'm gonna go, "Milady, it's time. Come unleash your rage." And I'm gonna get for a bardic inspiration.
Okay. This guy is asleep. Odetta is asleep in a different way. This guy is the big awake. And he's going to come down and try to attack you. Let's see how it goes. 2 attacks. What's your armor class, Randolph?
14.
He misses you twice. Against all odds. That's wild. Okay. Maxim, it is death saving throw time. I will permit you to use your bardic inspiration on this if you so choose, since you granted that before.
Do I have to choose beforehand? I don't know.
I
No,
believe
you
you can choose
You can
after.
choose after.
After, yeah.
Before I say it's a failure. But because of the way his bardic inspiration works anyway, like you get to use it every time until it fails. Although I guess if you roll like a 20
If it
or
fails,
something,
then
it doesn't matter.
then you die.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Okay.
it is a D8. So
I'm also going to bend luck as well. That'll give you a D4.
So you're
you
adding
got
a
a D8 and a
D8
D4.
and a D4.
Roll a d12, bud.
Well, just it's 2 separate instances.
No, I'm worried too, puppy.
Oh.
Just crying.
Oh shit.
That is insane.
Help me.
No.
Well, Maxim's dead.
Maxim bleeds out on the ground.
You didn't have inspiration or anything to use? Like,
And none of us.
In the catacombs of his
Revivify, huh?
forefathers, Maxim bleeds out on the ground. On the
Reckless
cold
eating.
stone
Thank you
floor.
very much for the host. Appreciate you.
Everyone's asleep. This guy's asleep. Aisel, it's your turn.
I cast the fireball.
Hit it with Old Faithful.
Okay. They all
So it's
automatically fail their save because they're
Maxim's
fucking...
getting cremated.
I will bonus action convert some sorcery points, like to get myself enough to cast careful spell again to
Nah, cook me, dog.
to save you because I don't know your dad and
Yeah.
our amphibian friend. Nick, what?
Okay. So you
What?
lean in the room, you cast Fireball. Only one of these dudes gets to make a saving throw, and he failed. That room, your Fireball turns everyone in that room into ash. You just unleash this ball of fire, and then as the flames fade, there's just nothing left. Except for Randolph, of course, who was standing in the doorway, and
Hello.
Maxim's freshly made corpse. And thus ends combat.
Odie snores.
Yeah, Odie is unconscious but stable.
Yeah, I'll go over and cast some cure wounds on you.
I had to refresh roll 20. I apologize. The music and shit is going to cut out for a quick second. Because everything is terrible.
Yeah, you got 10 back.
Thank you. She'll wake up and she'll immediately look for the princess. The second she spots her, she'll look around for the rest of the comrades. She'll like almost jokingly, shittily at first, realize that everybody else is dead, walk up to Maxim's corpse and be like, all right, and go to Cure Wounds him. And when nothing happens, she'll kind of like really gently kick him a couple times. And then
Randolph puts his hand on her foot and just shakes his head.
I look to Aesel and I say, well, it looks as though I have failed you twice on this day.
You didn't fail, Odie. We need to get
We'll take him
his
to the
family.
clerics and see if there's anything they can do.
I'm on it. So, do we know exactly like how far below ground the catacombs are? Because Randolph might just try to use his dimension door and pop up as quick as he
You're
can.
less than 500 feet for sure. You could definitely dimension door. Like, I'd say you're closer to like 350, 400.
Okay. And I'd know exactly where the sick bay, the medical place is.
Yeah, because you
the
guys were
hospital.
there. You guys were there. So you can go like 500 feet in that direction.
I think I'll just look at those two and be like, I'm going to get him the help he needs. Meet me there. And I'm going to grab him and just dimension door back up there.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to just move us off of this to the map.
Or, as I like to call it, hop, skip, and jump.
That's amazing.
God, I can't believe all those failed rolls. I'm sorry, Eric. That's just such your luck.
That's rough.
Oh, you're muted, bud.
I have evasion. If I made the first save, which I had a +6 to against the fucking lightning ball, I would have been fine.
Yeah, and you were only trying to hit, I think, at like a 13 or a 14. Like, it was not
so fucking rough, dude.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
It
Sometimes you're marked for death.
So with that, you pop up topside. And you find yourself in the bustling city street. Guards are around everywhere, and it seems that there was some kind of attack up here as well. Albeit kind of a pitiful one. Like, there's not open combat happening. Like, they're just kind of mopping up after whatever happened up here. There's a few bodies around of Aquan soldiers, just kind of strewn around. And the soldiers seem to be securing the city, making sure that there's no other intruders. And you make your way to the House of Healing specifically.
As we're walking up, do we run into Hercules and Jade or anything?
Not here. They were on their way to... Well, actually, I guess you guys would, because only Randolph and Maxim teleported. But as you guys are running up, like, you would encounter Hercules literally on the stairwell. Like, running down to you. And then when you guys can bump and he's like, oh, wait.
I would stop him and I would say, go look after Guy. And I would look to the princess and I would say, did you secure the Excelsior?
No, I'm sorry. I could barely see into the room and they made off in the tunnel with it.
I don't know anything about it, except for that it is very bad that they haven't.
You see...
Bad for whom?
You see Hercules just kind of looks down to you and says, okay, but you were okay, princess?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I will return to the room and watch over Guy. And he turns around. And she doesn't say anything, but she just kind of follows him. And heads back to where you were saying. So, I imagine you guys go to the healing house, the House of Healing as well. The Saint Corvain healing house. And Randolph was already there with Maxim by the time you guys get there. And Randolph, when you come in, like, there's some looks people, they recognize you. They know who you are, and they kind of usher
I was
you.
playing earlier today.
Yeah. One of the guys like, oh, it's that guy. They take him. One of the couple of the members of the clergy take him and put him on a bed, and like they're tending to his wounds and stuff. But like the member of the clergy who's in charge just kind of looks and shakes her head, and then looks up to you and just says, "There is nothing more we can do."
I understand.
He is with the mother now.
Randolph kind of slinks into a chair in the waiting room for the other two to arrive.
Yeah. And like as kind of just as this is happening, you guys enter. You see Randolph just kind of chilling, sitting down by the bed that they put Maxim's body on.
Have that fox's tail for the winter. I will have it.
We both shall. The three of us. And then I put my hand on Maxim's chest and I say, nay, the four.
Oh, good.
I'm assuming he has a bottle of whiskey on him too.
Oh, well, he literally, like, in the canon specified that he took a bottle of whiskey, which I imagine is half gone by now, but yeah.
It's half gone.
I think Randolph would suggest everyone having a drink for their fallen comrade. If you wish.
Never do this,
you.
but and she takes it and she snarfs and then snarfs again. And it's just like, how do you do it every day? How do you do it every day?
And then I just take the rest of the bottle and put it in his hands over his chest.
Bro, you're good at funerals.
Randolph has been at too many funerals in his time.
As you guys are kind of having this moment, you look up to see that Sonina has appeared in the entrance to the healing house, and she doesn't rush over, but she does make a point of coming over, and she keeps her distance, like lets you guys have your moment before coming over, and just kind of looks at Maxim and just says, "So, I take it he fell in the catacombs."
Yes.
I will not say anything so uncordial as "I told you so," but this is what I had hoped to avoid. Enemies invading the castle from below. I was worried they would be of a more powerful ilk, and it would seem that they made off with something of great import. This is neither the time nor the place, but if you would meet me in my chambers later, there is much that we must discuss.
I'm sorry we let them get your Excelsior.
She kind of gives you like a look like, what? It's like, do you... So you know of it then? The exhaustion.
That's what I said.
Sure. Agree to disagree.
Some sort of light that the fox ran away with.
Yes.
Like a nursery rhyme I learned as a child.
Although this nursery rhyme has no fond ending, as many of them often do. But again, this is something to be discussed later in a much more private place. Until then. And she just gives a bow, takes a couple steps away and like looks back at Maxim for a moment before looking away, and then makes her way back towards the castle. So what's the plan?
Gosh, I don't know.
I mean, how's Guy doing right now?
That's an amazing question. The dogs are barking. The hellhounds. When you guys get back
Imagine it's like little crickets on the ground.
chirp, chirp, chirp. When you guys get back to the room, you see Guy is doing. He's still alive. Although he looks a lot sweatier than he did before. I don't know if insects sweat. In fact, I'm pretty sure they don't. But he's moist. And he looks, he's not looking so hot right now. But he doesn't have any wounds or anything because you guys saw to that. But he doesn't look like he's recovering from the exhaustion. He was for yesterday and today. He seemed to be doing better. But today, as of now anyways, he looks kind of sickly.
Yeah, I need you to get better.
But yeah, so you spend the rest of the day just being bummed out, I guess. And,
I think so.
and eventually it comes to evening. And are you going to go and meet Sonina as she requested?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Can I try to force a wild magic surge to see if I can heal Guy?
You know what? Sure. I won't even just expend a spell slot and roll a d20. Like, you don't even have to cast a specific spell unless there's one you want.
No.
You can do it as many spell slots as you have. And then we get the fireball result and you blow him up.
He has a big beard of feathers.
Right?
You know what? Let's do like 2 more.
Sure.
I mean, I can cast Cure Wounds on him again, but I'm assuming that's not going to help.
Will not help with his condition. Like, mechanically speaking, what's going on with him is straight up exhaustion.
Yeah.
And, like, there's something preventing him from recovering, basically.
Yeah. And I don't have a restoration at all, so.
That would be the thing that would fix this, like, guaranteed. The healing helped, and it basically, what I've been, just to pull back the curtain a little bit, what I've been doing is basically rolling his checks, and because he was healed and stuff, I just gave him a free pass on the other one. He's been making the other checks with advantage. So that's what's going on.
Seeing that he's taking like a turn, I don't think I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Unfunny One has cast Onomancy on a shout out for Maxim. I think that Josiah has the tools to make that really special.
I actually don't because my stream deck isn't hooked up right now, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, never mind. Well,
get
shout out
fucked.
for Maxim from Unfunny One.
Get fucked, Maxim.
Maxim, we hardly knew you.
Okay, we all just have to harmonize. Are you guys ready?
Maxim. Maxim.
Maxim!
Maxim. Okay.
It's like the THX sound effect. All right. So you're not gonna go.
Yeah.
Sure. You just
Also,
stay...
did we tell them that it was the fox with some fish people, or did we omit that?
That hasn't like been discussed yet. Like it was basically just like, oh, okay, hey, this is what happened. Maxim is dead. I'll give you your time. Come talk to me later.
Yeah.
Nothing has been really spoken about just yet.
So we're not going to the meeting that we were going to go to tonight?
I don't want to.
Okay.
You guys are free to go.
I was going to say, if you want, I could go in your stead, but that could go really poorly because I am fucking dumb.
Hey, I speak beautiful.
I think we should send Randolph.
Hello.
I'm reluctant to have anybody that go alone. If you guys want to go together, I think that'd be smart.
Okay.
And I have my knights here.
I would like to take a short rest before we do that.
Yeah, you
Same.
can definitely take a short rest. You've got like a couple. I feel like there's hours between now and then, so you can definitely take a short rest.
Excellent. Perfect. Well, one less than perfect, but still. All right. Yeah, Randolph and I will go
Alley forth.
and at least hear her out a little bit. I'm sure that we'll save most big discussions for when the princess can be here too, but like just to exchange information that it may be time sensitive.
Yeah,
Well.
for sure.
We'll go.
So you guys go, and she is waiting in her room. She seems to be writing in some type of parchment. And as the door creaks open and you head inside, she looks up and she says, "Ah, welcome. Thank you for coming. I see the princess is not with you. Is she okay?"
She is not feeling well right now. She wants to make sure that Guy is has some people there with him.
Understandable. Well, since she has sent you in her stead, I suppose we have much to discuss.
Much to discuss.
What exactly happened down there?
Well, we came down. We heard a scuffle in the room, and when we opened the door, we saw that fiendish fox, and he had stolen. What was it you called it, Odie?
The Excelsior.
Excelsior.
The exhaustion. And when you said she looks to you, Oda, she says, "How do you know that word? Or how do you almost know that word?"
Before they took it, they said it. Grab the Excelsior, they said.
You can roll a deception check.
Wait, I'm just gonna like turn and give a wink, and that'll be my bardic inspiration.
I still haven't used my bardic inspiration yet. I've
Oh, that's
passed
true.
everything
Although
since
it's
then.
been longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
so.
it does only last 10 minutes, but still.
But yeah, I'm giving you one on this if you need it.
Okay, I will take it and use it.
All right, it's a D8.
All right. Also, wait, I should not have had advantage on that, I don't think.
No.
Okay,
So
sorry,
just
my
re-roll it.
bad.
That's okay. You're fine.
I will definitely use it. Fuck. Doesn't 13 get me anywhere?
Let's find out. I'm just going to do an opposed roll here.
Okay.
Boop.
I hope she's as dumb as Odie is.
She's not.
Oh, good.
But let's find out. Dun-dun-dun. She rolled. What's your total? 13?
Yeah.
She rolled. She rolled a 12.
Yes!
So
Total?
she's still
Nice.
total. So she's still
Nice.
sus, but she doesn't immediately think you're lying. She says, "Okay, well,
It was the fox and a giant worm and several fish folk.
then it would seem our fears were not entirely unfounded after all." Oh, this is not good. Okay, well,
What is it that they stole precisely?
The Excelsior.
the
Yes, of course, yes.
exception
The Exestion.
is...
That's what I said.
It decidedly isn't, but that's beside the point. What they...
I do have to take a Odie. That's not what you were saying. I must correct you.
You're
Language
just saying
is
a
important.
different word. Indeed. The Excelsior is the name of a dive bar on the second tier. The Exestion is a magical item of immense power, so we think.
So you think?
It is troubling because it is something we have never fully been able to grasp. I very
Should
much
show it
wish...
to the princess. She's very smart.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at here. This is something I very much wish to share with the princess. Along with you as well as her trusted advisors. Do you think she would be opposed to having company if she does not wish to leave Guy? That we could instead go to Guy?
I think that she is feeling quite indisposed emotionally at the moment. Her numbers dwindle. And she might like the time alone. Can we make an appointment for tomorrow?
Of course. There is much...
Too time sensitive?
There is nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow. However, there is much which must be discussed and revealed.
I think you should hire the Storm Claws.
To what end?
Yeah.
To track down the fox.
Oh, we have trackers within our own ranks.
Not like ferrets, but okay.
Then if you have trackers within your ranks, why was the fox not taken down after he attacked us on the road here?
An amazing question, and one which I intend to find the answer to. I suspect that if they were unsuccessful, there must be a very, very good reason for it, but we have yet to hear back from those we sent to seek him out, so it is likely they are no longer in this world, shall we say.
Well, then I think that you should hire the Storm Claws.
I appreciate your unbiased opinion, and I will take it into consideration.
She will not read the sarcasm in that at all and be delighted.
Like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Cool. So,
As a matter of fact, she might even like go to grab Randolph's hand and like squeeze it excitedly and then think better of it because last time
Just make
she
sure that his hand's
got
gloved.
sick.
yeah.
He's got gloves on his hand, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So after this, I imagine you guys make your way back to the room, or the area, I should say. Is there anything else anyone wants to do tonight before we move on to the next day?
I would like to send my messenger fly back to her name was, I can't remember her name.
Whom? The leader of the Stormclaw?
Yeah.
Catherine.
Catherine. I was gonna say Claudia.
You're close.
And I was like, no, I'm just thinking that because Claw.
Claudia Claw here.
And I'm going to tell her that the rat people have a thing called the Excelsior and that it got stolen by a fox that tried to kill us. And I'm going to tell her that the rat people are keen to keep the kingdom small. And that the church seemed to be backing the bigger initiative of the empire.
Mm-hmm.
Randolph offers to write this all out for you since he has beautiful handwriting and, I mean, you don't.
And she, like, can't spell, probably.
Yes.
And she'll also...
My good Odie, I will write this for you, this missive, if you permit.
You're not as bad as I thought you were at first. And...
I get that a lot.
Fuck, there's one other thing that I wanted to tell her. Oh, yeah. And say to look for a missive from the Rat Kingdom that they might hire them to track down the fox. That I put in a good word for.
I might even be like, you know, if the Stormclaws found the fox before, that might put them in even higher regard.
I should
Do you understand?
College of Eloquence.
Exactly. Perhaps if we implore the Stormclaws to take down the fox immediately, then they would yes.
They might
hold a
do
higher
it
standard.
themselves if they know that he's tried to kill me so many times.
Brilliant idea, my lady. Brilliant idea. Shall I
then
write down your wish then?
I like pantomime patting him on the shoulder, just kind of awkwardly, and then
I like
go
pull
sit
my
silently.
shirt down so that there's a shirt you can actually pat.
And then I hit it just a couple times really quick and awkwardly quickly turn around and go and sit in silence next to the princess.
Okay.
I think what I would like to do is I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts on Guy
Mm-hmm.
and just be like, if there's anything you need to tell me, if there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know. Just think it in your head.
Yeah. You get the sense that he's trying very hard to like articulate something, but his brain's just not working properly right now.
And I do probe deeper for what that's worth.
Yeah. And that he won't even like make the save. Not that he really could now anyway, but you just kind of get like flashes of images almost of the attack on the road and him like running through the woods for a minute and then being confronted by one of these rats and managing to fight him off. And then basically you are able to discern that he survived by playing dead under like a pile of bodies.
Okay.
And then just waited out what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what he's trying to tell you, but like that is what happened. And then you just see flashes of him like running through the woods, like trying to get here, and just basically beelined it, which is why he got so fucked up and was also just like bleeding out while he was doing so. Like it's a miracle that he made it, let alone that he's still alive and fighting for his life.
So
Would I be able
grooming
to-
him will do nothing for him anymore.
Healing will no longer do anything. You would need the
Lesser rest
whichever
spell?
the restoration spell is that heals exhaustion.
Yeah.
Would I be able to use a message to have a more coherent conversation with him, or?
That's a really good question.
That is a.
Let me read message really quick.
It says, "Here's the whisper," and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
Oh yeah, that's right. You would definitely be able to do that to convey information to him, but he's not really able to speak right now. 'Cause
Okay.
Unfortunately, it does. Yeah, he would have to be able to like articulate a whisper to reply.
Yeah.
But you would be able to, if he's not able to receive information just by hearing it, which based on the way he's been reacting to Aisel's words and stuff, like you think that he's there and like he can at the very least is coming in and out of a state where he can understand what's being said to him. But yeah, unfortunately, message isn't going to do the trick for the response anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'll just whisper, "Well, we'll discuss my per diem at a better time."
He frowns.
It's just a joke. I'm just trying to bring you a little laughter and levity in these times.
So are bards and rangers both like prepared casters, or are they spells known? Because you guys can both cast Lesser Restoration.
I'm spells known.
Yeah, spells known.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Crazy.
But if I level up, I might take it.
On that note,
All right.
We're level 10.
yeah, so you guys are all doing your thing. Day passes. The next day comes, and give me 1 second here. I meant to whisper that, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It's in the open now. Okay. Still not looking super hot. But that's okay. He's basically fluctuating between level 3 and 4 of exhaustion.
Jeez.
But you also you can definitely tell something else is going on with him because like
Yeah.
there's something's weird. Something's weird about this.
I know. I just don't know. Maybe.
I did a thing.
Detect magic. You do not detect any magic coming from this man.
It isn't magic.
It is not a curse or any other type of magical effect.
Maybe poison. There were people trying to bring harm to you. Or to anyone. I'm not sure.
I will send out a request for aid, I guess. To Sylvain, saying that my companion's taken her for the worst. We suspect poison or foul play.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to meet with her later today. If you want, you can just ask her in person.
Yeah, I'll invite her over.
Sure.
Because I don't want to leave.
Sure.
Because we left and he got worse, so I'm concerned.
Yeah.
With Jade leaving.
Yeah.
I don't blame Jade, but she should have known better. Kind of blame Jade.
I told Hercules to go get him, or to go get her.
I blame Jade.
At the end of the day, she's the scapegoat we need.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, you do your thing, and you basically request her presence in your chambers, so that you can stay with Guy. And that's fine. She's happy to accommodate you there. And probably around 10 in the morning, just before the afternoon, you hear a soft knock at the door, and Sonina comes in. And she gives you a bow, of course. She says, Princess, it's good to see you all in good health. It is unfortunate that I hear your friend here has taken a turn for the worst. I have sent word to our healers to seek out any external help that we can get.
Thank you.
Of course. It's the least I can do. Now, we can spend as much time discussing things as you wish, but there is something that I do need to discuss with all of you, because I suppose all of you are involved in this now. It is no surprise to you that our people have not always seen eye to eye. You could even say that your people have blamed ours for certain acts of aggression in the past. Specifically, of course, you know what I'm talking about, Princess.
Of course.
That we have always taken the blame for what happened to you and your people. A horrible
genocide.
Thing. Precisely. I am here to tell you that while we have never actively denied in public that it was us and our Inquisition, and also never truly claimed that the action was due to our deeds, I'm here to tell you factually that our people indeed had nothing to do with the burning and the mass destruction of your kin. Our Inquisitors were there. That is true. They were there to spy and collect information, because your clan was one that exhibited magical prowess to the extreme, shall we say, such as yourself. But we never went with any intent of actually acting against it, merely to ensure that we knew what we were up against, should that ever be turned our way. However, when our Inquisitors got there, all that was left of your former home was nothing but ash and the remains of your people. And at the center of it all was the Exestian. What I am telling you is that the mass destruction of your people was not due to any outside force. Your people brought it upon themselves through their own magical experimentation. Not to use an old expression, and maybe a possibly outdated one, but they were drawn to the magic like a moth to a flame.
So, oh, sorry, I did not mean to step on your toes. I just kind of so.
It's okay.
Odie is like and like elbowing you and has a hand on her sword and is just like, she's insulting you. Like, what do you want me to do about this?
I'll put my hand up like to kind of like ease like
All right,
the
Yeah.
tension. in the
shoulders
room.
down, angry snarl.
I think it's a very convenient stance for you to take. As you said, you've never publicly denied this information. It's very convenient for you not to, so you can appear to have a larger stick than you do. And now I think it is very convenient for you to claim otherwise when you need allies, and you have lost something.
She says,
To be honest, I do not know. A single word you say is true.
and I have no concrete evidence, but I will merely tell you the facts and allow you to form your own opinions. Whether you choose to believe me or not, time will tell. But as it stands, our people, the Inquisitors that were there, discovered this magical artifact. And rather than
Return the property that didn't belong to you.
we took it, precisely. This is something that no one knew existed outside of your own people. And if we were able to take that without anyone knowing, it was easier for them to think us villains than to know that we had taken something. And unfortunately, the magic of the accession proved beyond even our most advanced scholars. It seems to be something, the true capabilities of which seem to be lost to time. However, it seems that not only was its existence leaked to the rest of the world, but now it has been stolen. To what end, I do not know. But I do not like to think that it is now in unknown hands. I had hoped to speak with you about it, for if anyone was able to discern it and what it may be capable of, aside from destruction en masse, it would be someone from the bloodline of its creator. But I suppose that moment has passed.
I'm gonna destroy some ass. Some fox ass.
I would like to reclaim the property of my people, yes. That you have taken from us and now has been taken again.
Well, whether you reclaim it or it ends up in some vault somewhere, whatever the case may be, I think we can both agree that where it is now is not good for either of us.
No.
So
what in particular are you offering?
well, it seems clear that conflict with the Empire, especially after this, is inevitable, at the very least from us. Whether you choose to take a pacifist role or stand with us in battle, that will be up to you and your people. But after today's actions, I fear there is no hope for a peaceful solution. They have shed blood on our soil and taken something from us of immense value and power.
Can you say for certain if they were acting on behalf of the Empire? I mean, I was attacked by rats on the road up here, and I gave you the benefit of the doubt, did I not?
That is true. While they did wear imperial garb, there is always room for subterfuge and trickery. You do not have to tell me that. But at the end of the day, we will get to the bottom of it, and we will see that which was taken returned. As far as next steps go, I feel it is imperative that you meet with the Rat King themselves. For while I may be the voice of the Rat King, I am not the mind of such. And quite frankly, I tire of these intermediary discussions, for time is a luxury which we no longer have.
Very well. We look forward to your meeting.
She will bow and just say, I will send you a summons at the earliest possible opportunity. Then she goes to leave and turns back and says, and I will, of course, send any competent healers this way the moment they arrive. And she bows out.
My lady, I am too young to have seen war, but to me this feels like a war and then another war. A war to regain the Excelsior, and then a war to keep it.
I am not thrilled with the rat's thievery. But my father wants peace, and that is still our goal.
How can we trust that they won't kill us and keep it for themselves?
We can, but as long as we prove useful, and they want the Excelsior, right? Or whatever its true name is. I'm sure she stated it. I wasn't listening. I think as long as it's in play and we do not possess it, they will not act against us, right?
I think you will need to speak with your father. And I think you should hire the Stormclaw.
I thought they were already.
It's like the longest elevator pitch ever.
I'm not interested in your timeshare. I'm sorry.
I will reach out to my father and inform him of what's going on.
She just bows and backs away.
Perhaps I could get a read from my homeland as well.
Dear father, everything is wrong.
Very good.
Perhaps also we might pay our respects to Maxim's family.
Yes.
We shall.
It's ginormous family.
Agreed.
And on that note, we whoosh away to... Where are we whooshing to? Hold on, let me check my
Where are we
whoosh.
whooshing to?
Let me check my whoosh notes. Okay, there we go. We whoosh away to the healing house in the late night hours, where we see Maxim's body clutching a mostly empty now bottle of whiskey. And standing over him is his elder brother, Regulus, who, looking down at the corpse of Maxim, just shakes his head and says, "Oh, brother, it seems you've gone and saved me the time of killing you myself." And then we cut away to credits, and there's like a sweet freeze frame or something. Anyways, thank you all for joining us today. That is
You actually froze for a second. It was so good. There was motion. Oh god, it was so good.
So,
No, I.
thank you all for joining us. Thus concludes session 2 of Tall Tales. Tune in next week.
Can I
when
just say, I love this campaign.
Eric, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I killed you.
Sorry.
Nah, dude, it's good.
He's not sorry.
Just kidding. I'm a vile villain. I kill who I want. You're dead.
He's all the
You're
bad
dead.
guys.
Now you're dead. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Let's go around and everyone can talk about themselves for a hot secchi. Starting with Aesol / Aaron / Rinson / Pokemon.
I like Pokemon. It's cute.
That is cute.
My name is Aaron. I do have a thing to talk about. I never have a thing to
No,
talk
this
about.
is
I
the
never
first-
do a thing.
This is the
This is
world
the first
premiere
time ever.
of Aaron having a thing.
I will be doing a Pokemon Shiny Nuzlocke run. I have spent months hunting shiny Pokemon, and now we are going to make them fight to the death and release them potentially.
Throw 'em in the garbage.
Throw them in the garbage.
Dude, that's gonna stress me out, and it's gonna be so good. I can't
gonna be
wait.
so stressful.
I'm very excited to watch that.
Yep. I just need 2 more Pokemon to complete this run of collecting all the Gen 8 Ghost type Pokemon.
Okay.
So as soon as I get those, we'll do the stream. I was hoping to do it over this last weekend, but Nintendo's fucking trolling me hard on these odds. So like maybe in a couple weeks or so.
Very cool.
And that'll be on Eric's channel. Which
Our channel now, baby.
Yeah, Twitch Games.
it is our channel
Give him a
now.
follow.
It's Twitch.
Tweet.
It's Twitch Games.
Boom. It's in the chat.
To
dude.
each his own.
Twitch.
Eric, you died today, so you can talk as long as you want.
In my dissertation, Josiah is a dick. Alright, no, but
Accept
in all
that.
seriousness, I had a great time here. But you can come see me on that same Twitch.tv. I stream Wednesdays, so tomorrow, and Saturday evenings. Mostly just variety streams, kind of see what we get up to. I fucks around with a lot of stuff. And then soon enough, Erin's going to be doing her Nuzlocke stream, which I am very excited about. So definitely go up, hit us with a follow, and also follow me on Twitter at that the at Kinsai64 that you see just below my name here, and you'll see whenever I'm going live.
Hell yeah.
Eric, I have a question.
I have an answer.
Are you going to register Twitch.tv?
I should.
Really
I absolutely should.
All right, make sure you mail this this Twitch stream to yourself before you do that. Copyright it.
Just so much.
Yeah, put it on a thumb drive. Put it in the mail. Do it today. Cool. Well, Randolph / Dan.
Hey,
What's up?
yeah. So at Franiel Donna on any social media or anything. Got the Floodwater Comedy Festival still on hold. Also, me and my friend and roommate Jason are recording a podcast called Once Upon a Time in Edrica, where we're doing our own D&D play, where I play a warlock tiefling named Christ.
Hell yeah.
A lot of fun. KRYST, no relation. And also, I will be writing Maxim's eulogy song this next week.
Oh,
That's gonna be pretty fun.
Aw.
I'm the bard. I have to write a song for
That's
someone who
true.
dies.
Mhm.
All right.
Beautiful.
If it
Hi,
makes you
Doc. You found me. This is my channel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the raids today, everybody. And I think we got a sub too, but our alerts were broken.
yeah, it gave us that really weird noise, and I was like, "What the
Yeah.
hell is that?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all so much. We have a new schedule that we've been sticking to. What?
2 weeks
You've
running.
been doing it?
Professional streamers.
Yeah. Yeah, we're killing it. So, just join the Discord, follow us on Twitter.
Speaking of the
Either me or
schedule,
Josiah will be here.
Zerzero Doxy, what's on the schedule for tomorrow, Wednesday?
Tomorrow, I will be playing solo, and I will be playing Dead by Daylight. And if that sucks, I will switch to whatever the fuck I feel like.
Nailed it. All right. Well, I think that's everyone except me. I've been your DM, Josiah, Dungeon Dad. Everything Doxy said. We stream together. This is our channel. Follow. Do all that stuff. You know the drill. And for those of you watching this on
We're in love.
YouTube,
It's so gross.
yeah, it's kind of gross. For those of you who are watching this on YouTube as well, thank you so much for checking it out there. If you tuned in halfway through or you missed the first episode or whatever, all of that stuff is available on the Dungeon Dad YouTube channel, which there's a link to below if you're watching this on Twitch. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'm sure you'll figure it out. but yeah, the first episode as well as this whole one will be up once it's done processing, which will be like tomorrow. So in any case, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch you next week with more D&D, and we'll be here tomorrow and every other weekday with Dead by Daylight and other fun games. So we'll see you there. Bye-bye!